What's up, everybody? Can you hear me? Let's get this show on the road. Hey, there you guys are. What's going on, everyone? Alright. So, I mentioned the technical issues a little bit earlier, and I want to go ahead and just put a disclaimer out there. You're gonna see it. I didn't manage to fix it entirely because it literally happened in the last 15 minutes, but as soon as I switched the screen over, you might notice that the camera a little bit choppy. It's 30 frames per second for some reason. I cannot for the life of me get my camera to go back to 60 frames per second and make it nice and smooth, but you might notice me a little bit choppier than normal. just putting that out there, okay? Let me go ahead and hit these screens. They need to be. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't even think I'm 30 frames per second. How you doing, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, I don't even think that's 30 frames per second. That looks more like 20 or 15 or something. Is it that slow and choppy to you? Let me know in the chat. I am dying to see your, I'm dying to see your input. I did a lot of, see, a tiny bit choppy, but only if we focus on it. Yeah, but that kind of sucks, because it's me. It's doing it to me. Like, I'd be alright if it was doing it to any other asset on here, but it's doing it to me. So yeah, this stream is 60 frames per second, 1440p. And when something is 30 frames per second on a 60 frame per second video, then you can really start to notice it. You can tell immediately what it is, so it kind of aggravates me, because I have an eye. I can point these things out pretty quickly and easily, and it gets on my nerves. So it might do the same thing for other people. So I do apologize for that. Just want to let you know. But my camera, it literally just stopped working. Like, I actually have to remove my old camera source that I have here because it's just dead for some reason. It literally just doesn't work anymore at all. Move that. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, still 2 FPS. But yeah, Theory time. You seem quite fine today. Hey, thank you. Let's see. Hey, Kato, how you doing? Larulian Historian. What you doing in here, man? You having some fun today? You getting ready for the party? The theorist party? I'm gonna go ahead and put my hat on. Party hat. Get myself situated here. Is it frozen? Am I too late? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by frozen? Kind of spooking me. Something going wrong here? The stream didn't break, did it? Stream is fine for me. I'm checking things out. I can hear you now. How are you, Gossip Geist? I'm doing pretty good, Larulian. How you doing, man? Yeah, it is hot outside today, and I can feel it in here. This room that I'm in right now, I mean, I've got two giant lights on me. I've got a computer that's the size of a refrigerator over here, right by my ankles, and I've got no ventilation in this room. The vent doesn't even work in this room, so I get zero air conditioning in here. So I am going to be an absolute... I'm going to be a burnt bagel by the end of this stream, I promise. Let me see. I am, no freezy freeze for me. Okay, cool. You spooked me there for a second. I thought something broke again. I was about to flip my lid. But yeah, yeah, seriously. I turned my camera on because it was like 9:30. I was like, okay, well, a couple more minutes. I'll go ahead and hop in the chat and say hi to everybody. So I went ahead and turned my camera on, got the whole setup going. The camera didn't work at all. I was like, oh man. What am I gonna do about this? I was flipping out. I had to reset the entire thing up. I even I went into my camera settings to see if I can figure out what was going wrong. Maybe the camera just reset. Maybe I left it on accidentally and it just factory reset itself or something. But man, it freaked me out so bad. Yeah, I do apologize once more for the choppiness that you're gonna see here. I'm gonna try to figure it out after this stream. I wish something went right from one of my streams for once. Are you ready for a major character reveal? Major character? I don't know. What kind of major character are you talking about? Let's see. Nothing was happening. Just frozen video and no audio when I arrived. It's weird. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what you're... I've never heard of that before. I guess it was... the stream was buffering or something. That's weird. Well, at least it works now, right? So, that's good. Yeah, it's hot as Death Mountain out here. Yes, it is. I'm already feeling it. Like, whenever I was, stressing out over the camera, I was probably 300 degrees. I was feeling like I was, at least. Man, over in Britain, it's like Rito area cold. Hey, I love the cold. When it's cold out there, it's cold in here. So I don't die in here when I play a video game for more than 30 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, no problem. You'll get it worked out. Yeah. It is what it is. Something happens every 5 minutes in my life, pretty much. But, go ahead and click on this. Something I gotta focus on. Something else that goes wrong, and I'm like, oh man. There's another thing to add to the list. So. Read that. Bioenergy Gamer is Jonsey G. Hey. Jonsey G, what are you doing sneaking around using an incognito nickname on me? You know you're an absolute legend. You're an absolute legend no matter what name you choose. By the way, anyone order Chinese food and keep the wonton soup cups that they give you, or the egg drop soup cups? They're good cups. I love them. They are absolutely faithful. I have you casting on my TV while I also have it open on my PC so I can have live chat more easily. Nice. Sounds like a comfy setup. Very sweet. Always dig me a comfy setup. OCD, I get it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems small problems that really bug me, but it doesn't really bug anybody else. But I don't know. I'm weird about things. I like to make sure the entire viewing experience is as beautiful, flawless, and breathtaking as possible, and that never happens. That never happens. Let's see. I felt that everything is constantly happening all the time. Yeah, I just got over doing so much stuff. Like, I played, I got all the footage captured and all that for the shorts that I just made. I voiced them all. I edited them all, like within the span of a couple of days, and it burnt me out. I had to put aside a bunch of IRL responsibilities for a little bit in order to take care of those shorts and stuff like that, and get my stream assets created and the stream itself set up and ready to go. And I did all that within like a week, and I had nothing. I had no time for anything else. So after that was done, then I was able to tackle my IRL responsibilities and all that. It was just one thing after another, and now it's finally subsided, and I'm ready to just kick back and play a game, have some fun for once. So yeah, let me read the chat. Let's see. The wonton soup cups are goated. Yeah, they are absolutely perfect, dude. Like, I cannot stand like tiny cups for some reason. Like tiny mugs, tiny cups. Nah, I'm a big cup guy. I gotta have a lot of liquid, especially if I'm gonna be sitting in here in this oven, then I'm gonna need to be hydrated. Okay. So let me see. Let me go ahead and just to make sure you guys can hear the background music that I've got going now, because I didn't have any background music when I did my last stream for the Nintendo Direct reveal, and it was unbearable to listen to just straight up nothing in the background while I talked. So let me know if you can hear the jazz music. Let me see here. I recently lost my second mouse, and my dad needs one of them, so I can't do nothing on my computer. I thought you meant a real mouse. I was about to say, that is the worst news I've heard all day. I recently lost my second mouse. It's like, when you read that, you immediately, your heart sinks. You're like, oh man. Then I was like, oh, it's a computer mouse. Unless you're really talking about a real mouse. Please clarify that one for me. Jonsey G, aka Kelly. Hey, you know, my sister's name's Kelly. Welcome to the chat, Kelly. I'm gonna probably have a hard time calling you Kelly. Do you prefer to be Jonsey G or Kelly? Let me know what you think. Shout out to reusing takeout Tupperware. Understand? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You're just optimizing. You're playing the game. Let me see. Trying not to cry. Ah, you don't need to be crying here. You're in a group of friends. There's no need to cry when you're having a good time with a group of friends. Fellow legends in here. Let's see. We got Wiz. Hey, what's going on, Wiz? Man, the chat flew up real quick. I gotta catch up. Let me see. Was embarrassed because I lost my membership temporarily, and I didn't want you to see me like that, so I stayed away because it felt. Hey, you don't need to feel bad about your, losing your membership whatsoever. I give people plenty of, like, leeway. I don't even care about leeway. I just don't even care. You ever become a member on this channel, you're an absolute bonafide legend for life, because you decided to support this, and that is the best thing ever. Okay, if you support this channel by becoming a member or a patron, you are just solidified. You are upon the 10 commandments of bonafide legends. Okay, you don't need to feel bad if you can't afford it, or things are getting tight, or finances are getting really rough. Oops, sorry about that. About broke my knuckle on my microphone. If finances are getting really out of shape for you, then don't even worry about it. Like, I'm not going to be all worked up and mad and stuff like that. I mean, if you see on the list, I knew that you, that Jonsey G was, had lost membership, and you're still on the list. You're still on the list. Because I know you're a legend. I know it. Everybody knows it. Jonsey G is the best. So don't feel bad whatsoever. At all. Become a member whenever you're financially comfortable enough to do so. That's all I can say. So I thank you for bringing that out so I can... Oof, this chat is flying. Hold on a minute. I love to talk to everybody. This whole stream is about talking to everybody that comes in and joins and says hi, so forgive me if I'm stun locked here reading the chat, but I absolutely love it, interacting with everybody. Anyway, Wiz, what are you doing in here, man? Hey, wanted to jump in and drop a like. Not sure how long I can stay. Hey, no problem, buddy. You dropped in, and that's just the best, okay? Anytime that anybody drops in is the best time to drop in because you dropped in, period. I love it. See, the jazz is lovely. Thank you. So you guys can hear it. Nice. Slightly, I can hear the background. Okay, cool. Are you playing a specific playlist or cover of these songs? I'd like to know what it's called because the Song of Storms was fantastic. Yes. Song of Storms is actually my favorite in this entire playlist. It is absolutely a slapper. A knee slapper. A bop, the kids would call it. Yeah, it's good. It's called Zelda and Jazz by GameChops. And it's, I believe they started a new group called the Deku Trio. I actually have the playlist, the video linked that I got this from in the video description of this stream. So if you're curious about the music that I'm playing in the background, go on ahead and head over there and check them out because there's a couple of tracks in this playlist that I actually didn't include, so there's even more. There's like almost double the amount of tracks in that that main video. So yeah, check them out. Absolutely lovely music. Let's see. Always keep a jug of tea. I hear your jazz, by the way. Nice. Cup of tea and me are meant to be. Absolutely cannot live without tea. Hey, Florian, chilling from coffee. I can definitely hear the music and I can definitely hear you. Now that I've revealed all about myself, we can get on with the theory crafting. That's right. We're almost there. I also have a sister named Kelly. Wiz. Wiz, are you my doppelganger? There's too many similarities and commonalities between you and me, but you're left-handed, I'm left-handed. We both live in the same vicinity, pretty much. There's just... What's going on, man? Like, were you some sort of long-lost brother? You're creeping me out. Seriously. Nah, but really. That's awesome. There's a lot of Kellys going around here. Let me catch up. What's going on down here? We got... Wiz... Soup. Supreme Soup. It's a nice name. Soup is supreme. Is it bad to have a massive headache if I don't have a cup of tea for one day? Hey, if I don't have a cup of tea for one day, I have lost about 9 years off my life. Gray hairs everywhere. So, thoughts on Echoes of Wisdom? I have many, including a timeline placement with anecdotes. So, alright. I mentioned this in my Discord. And it's a very valid argument that I have, but you'll notice that pretty much everybody on the surface of the earth has come out with a video about, you know, like analyzing Echoes of Wisdom or their what am I supposed to say here? Their perspectives, their observations, that's the word that I wanted to have. Their observations on Echoes of Wisdom's trailer. And I haven't, and the reason for that is because I like to stay within the realm of my capabilities, if you want to call it that. I will admit right now, readily, that the Downfall timeline is my absolute weakest when it comes to knowledge. Like, I have absolutely no clue about any of the very smaller, minute details in the Downfall timeline. I'm very aware and familiar with the major story elements in the Downfall timeline, and like what happens basically throughout every game. And I've played like almost all of them. I think the one that I haven't played is A Link Between Worlds, which I will have to play that eventually because, you know, the Downfall timeline's kind of getting away from me now if this game really does take place in that timeline, so I'm kind of screwed, falling behind the times. But yeah, I do plan on playing through the Downfall timeline very soon, probably even on stream, because that sounds like it'd be a fun time. But yeah, because I am unfamiliar with the Downfall timeline, not nearly enough to actually jump into conversations about theorizing about it, because I'm the kind of person where if I say something, I don't want it to be completely wrong. You know, you have the potential to have somebody come back like I don't know, like a year later and say, what were you thinking? Why would you say that? It's like, hey, oops, you'll have to forgive me. So sorry about that. I'll have to get into, I'll get into, discussing Echoes of Wisdom very soon, trust me. I won't let that escape me for too long. Let me read up on the chat. Let me see. You can call me anything you want, just don't ever call me late for dinner. Hey, that's a good attitude right there. That's a good sense of humor. No one should be late for dinner. Oh man, I love to eat. I have a high metabolism, so it doesn't really affect me that much, except maybe it might put a couple things here on my gizzard, but I love to eat. I'm a food man, so you got that motto, I got the same motto. No shame for tea. I'm not even a Brit and need mine daily. Hey, tea is absolutely god tier. It is ambrosia of the gods. My wife does not like tea for some reason. She is a non-believer. Let me see. After Link Awakening and Downfall Timeline is plausible. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. After Link's Awakening in the Downfall Timeline is when Echoes of Wisdom takes place. Like I said, I would love to make an absolute, I would love to make a timeline placement myself, but like I said, I need to really play through those games again. It's been, I literally have not played through A Link Between World, A Link to the Past, the Oracle games. The Oracle games especially, and Link's Awakening. I haven't played through those since I played them on the Game Boy. Yeah. And A Link to the Past, I haven't played that since I was on the Super Nintendo at all. So, it's been a long time. And it was in that era, too. I'm trying not to miss anything here in the chat. I believe. See. Awesome, thanks. Doing whiz, okay. Hey, Jonsey G. What you doing? Heard your alter ego paid us a visit. Glad to have you back. See, yes, we are the same. Time to get lunch together. Hey, we might as well at this point. There's too much between us going on right now. Let me see. Hey, I'm left-handed too. Lefties, unite. Lefties rule. If anyone's interested, I have a theory about my timeline placement for Echoes of Wisdom up on my Google Drive. Interesting. Very interesting. Glad to hear that. Let me see. T-Brothers Unite. Yep. Feels looks pretty good. Me and my family of Zelda fans are very excited. Ever start. The Geek Apprentice. Dude, same and a few times. What are you doing in here, Geek? Good to have you in here. Haven't seen you in here. What's up? Got lots of cool people up in here. You ever start playing the original Zelda, I will be more than happy to help you with it. Hey, the original Zelda, you need to have some serious gamer skills, because that game is unbelievably obscure. Here, just light this random bush on fire. Bomb this wall that doesn't look like it needs to be bombed at all in this random corner of the map. It's one of those games, and you're just like, oh, okay, well, how was I supposed to know that? So, yeah. I actually haven't played that since the original Nintendo as well, just so you know. So I'm gonna be absolutely lost on that game. I cannot wait to play it. It's gonna be an absolute terrible mess. Let me see. You're in luck, Gossip Geist, because I don't think it's on the Downfall timeline, but rather the Child timeline, after Four Swords Adventures, for reasons. Very strange. Let me go ahead and... YouTube's trying to play some ads. I'm not going to give y'all some ads. Nope. No ads for you guys. Not right now. Let me see. Literally no idea about any of the timelines. It's too confusing. At this point, yeah, it is. At this point, it's really getting there. I'm on my journey to do all the shrines and tears of the kingdom. I've got all of my stamina and about 20 hearts. Nice. Need tea in the next Zelda as an item. Absolutely. I haven't played Zelda before. You talking about Zelda 1 or just Zelda in general? Wrote it. If you haven't played Zelda at all before, then... Well, that's fine, I guess. I'm glad to be back as it felt weird staying away. Hey, it's always good to have you. Just chilling while playing some Sims 4. Happy to be here. Loving the vibes of the music. Thank you. Yeah, I spent like an entire day just looking around on YouTube for like some good music to use, and thankfully GameChops came through with an absolute bop. Very recently, actually. It was like released within the last week. So I'm very happy to have that playing in the background right now. Give that some spotlight. So go ahead and see, check out GameChops if you want to see a bunch of Zelda and chill, lo-fi, hip-hop, synthwave, and all that stuff, jazz. That channel's got it all. All the maps for the original game, including the dungeons. Tell me you're beating Zelda 2. Gotta ask. Zelda 2. I have not beaten Zelda 2. That game is something else. I actually didn't really have access to Zelda 2 for very long. So in my defense, I had Zelda 1 and I still have my Zelda 1 cartridge, but my Zelda 2 cartridge would not... When I did get it, it was very late, and it was like the transition phase to the Super Nintendo and then the Nintendo 64, so my attention immediately went that way. And I just kind of stopped playing the NES because these games came out and I was like, well, I gotta play this because this looks incredible. But also my Zelda 2 cartridge was very bad. Like it would barely work majority of the time when I got to play it. It was, I had to pull it out, put it back in like 9 times before it would finally start working, and then it would kind of corrupt a little bit. So it was not a good cartridge. So that's my defense. I will beat it. I just didn't have the opportunity to when I was a little tiny kid. Let's see. Access, tell me we've beaten. Yippee, no ads. Yep. Hey, I absolutely want to avoid ads as much as possible. I hate them as much as everybody else. Trust me, I am. As much as I might sound like an absolute android sometimes with my monotone voice, I am not an android. I'm a human being, just like everyone else, okay? I don't like ads. I put as few ads as possible in my stuff. Let's see. Yeah, it is really hard. Zelda 2 is definitely up there in difficulty. Please do the original game in a live stream so I can help you out. That sounds like it'd be fun. Having the chat help me figure out what to bomb and what to light on fire. It'd be pretty cool. Live stream theory crafting. Hey, what's going on, Lady Cuckoo? Is it Cuckoo? Or is it Cuckoo? Let me know. I've always... Look, I have a weird way of saying things. Like, I say Deku tree. People get... I've actually had somebody leave a comment on my stuff saying that they unsubscribed because I called it Deku instead of Deku. And I was just like, okay. Wow. Later. But yeah, I pronounce things weird. Whenever I say something the first time, I like have this really bad habit of just sticking to that pronunciation. So if it's a different pronunciation, then just please let me know, so I can break that habit and start saying stuff like Deku instead of Deku and all that. Oh man. Oh, that's how Daruk says it anyway. Hey, that's a good point. I'll have to watch that again just to see what he says. Let's listen to pre-2000s music. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna do some live theory crafting here in just a second. Just trying to catch up with the people in the chat. Let me see. Reading scripts can be hard. I understand the Android voice. Hey, that's like a completely different, like I get up into a huge, like I'm prepared for a battle. I do this whole different voice. I take on a stance and everything when I do my scripts, and it's just, I try not to do that for a live stream. I try to be as normal and laid back as possible, because if I did a script voice the whole time, I'd be absolutely dead. take the English localization seriously, the canon pronunciation of Kuko, courtesy of Daruk. Y'all have to check that. You see, I did that for a long time myself. Phi, yeah, I've had Phi and Phi. People keep saying that it's supposed to be Phi. And I see masked Nintendo Bandit or Bandit Games, whatever he wants to go by as these days. He's always going to be masked Nintendo Bandit to me. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Laurulian, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I always remember in his videos, every time he said Phi, he would always say Phi. Like, he would throw in the Phi. Because he doesn't want to have anyone saying, actually, it's Phi or Phi, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I understand that. So, it's Phi. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to adapt to that. I'll have to change some stuff. I'm new to Zelda fan. I'm a new Zelda fan, because my first Zelda game was Breath of the Wild, but I've almost done Skyward Sword. Hey, Skyward Sword, what are you playing? On the Switch or the Wii? Because the Switch version is phenomenal. It is so much more bearable to play than the Wii version. Trust me, it's awesome. How many Koroks have you got in Breath of the Wild? I have all of them, actually. I have all of them. If you'll see here... Let me see. How do I even show that? I guess I can show it this way. Yep, there it is. Boom. Let me see. Playing it on the Switch? Nice. B505 Ice. Yeah, that's right. Alright. Yeah. About this Fi thing. I know the truth. Like Wi-Fi. Okay, so it's definitely apparently just Fi and not Fi. So that's good to know. Okay. So, live theory crafting. So just to go ahead and ask, I'm going to go ahead and turn the volume down for the music. Apologize when the screen flashes like that. This is on full screen right now, so it's kind of like, it's going to be a little bit wonky. So just bear with me. I'm going to turn off the smooth jazz. Mute that and enable Tears of the Kingdom audio. Okay. Right. So, let me know if you guys can hear the gameplay audio. I know it takes a second for the chat to show up because it's lagging behind a couple seconds. So just let me know if you can hear the background music. Do you know how I do my videos? With a Pop-Tart box and a cell phone. I'm as lowbrow as you can get when it comes to recording stuff. Whatever works, it works. No shame in anything as long as it works. Least favorite English pronunciation is Pura. In AOC, they call her Pura, which is gross. When you put it that way, I guess it does sound gross. Family will be saying Wi-Fi as Wi-Fi. Absolutely going to be sent to the Shadow Realm if they say Wi-Fi in front of me. They're going to have no pronunciations like that in this house. I'm one to talk, though. I'll probably do the same thing. Let's see. I didn't realize it was pronunciation. It's pronouncing Daruk backwards for years. What do you mean pronouncing? What do you mean pronouncing Daruk backwards for years? How can you do that? Audio is good? Alright, cool. It's sad for me to say this, but I've never even played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom because I don't even own a Switch yet. Well, every single year something happens. And it's called Christmas. Perhaps, perhaps not. But one of these days, you will obtain a Switch. Just you wait and see. All you gotta do is hope. Let's see. Still hear it? Okay. Just making sure that everyone can hear the background music. So, what you're going to witness today is a live theory crafting session. So, I'm going to go ahead and pull up on my phone real quick so I don't have to mess with the screen or anything like that. I don't want to break anything else. Definitely don't want to break at all anything more than it's already been broken. By the way, anyone that's joining right now, I used to have a camera set up that was not this choppy at all. It was 60 frames per second. My camera stopped working literally 10 minutes before the stream started, and I had to fly at the speed of light to fix the camera, and it didn't fix the frame rate for some reason. And I don't even think this is 30 frames per second. I think something weird is going on. So please forgive the camera. It's a technical issue. I'm aware of it. I am aware of it. So, yeah. That's nice. All right, so my first short that I released, An Empty Throne. The Legacy of Sonia and Rauru. What is everybody's opinion on the idea that Sonia and Rauru actually had a child? Just wasn't shown. Do you think they had a child? Or do you think that they didn't have a child and it was somebody else that was related to Sonia? Or related to Rauru somehow? That had this supposed continuation of the royal bloodline. I am of the opinion that it was definitely Sonia and Rauru, because Sonia says that she detects both her time powers as well as Raru's time powers within her, within Zelda. So that really kind of rules out anything in my mind questionable. So, let me see. Definitely, they definitely did. Okay, cool. Absolutely. IRL royalty kept their kin hidden too. Yeah, I believe that was the case. I believe that royalty barely spend time with their actual children. Their children, typically in royalty, are actually handed off to be taken care of by servants and tutors and stuff like that, and people that would just basically raise them in their stead, take on the parental role for them, so that they can do their, you know, their royal duties and stuff like that unhindered. Children in royalty would often be raised by just, you know, regular servants, tutors, very knowledgeable people. They would have several people come in teaching them things, proper etiquette and stuff like that, education, combat, horse riding, anything you can think of, teaching them how to do anything, and how to walk and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's like, the children, once a person that was royalty had a child, it was like that child is basically in the same position as the king or the queen. The king and the queen are off doing their own thing. Now the child is off doing their own thing, and they barely even interact. So I think that's what's going on here. Let me see. It's implied that they had a child because the connection is sensed to both, and if I remember correctly, yep. Absolutely. I believe that they had a child together. They just weren't important to the story being shown in the brief memories. Yeah. I don't think that Nintendo wanted to show a child for more than one reason. Possibly because both of them, their parents die. And they probably did not want to have a child become an orphan, essentially. Become parentless in a game. In a mainline Zelda game. I mean, I know it's like Link is literally he doesn't have a father. He doesn't have a mother ever. He has an uncle and a grandfather and a grandmother. That's it. Link has never had parents in any game, pretty much. So, kind of weird that they would shy away from showing a child having no parents anymore during the duration of a game, but you know, it's Nintendo. They do what they want to do. Let me see. I believe they have a child. They were either taken somewhere for safekeeping or already grown and on an adventure. Not sure. Yeah, so in that short, I talked about the possibility of their child actually being quite old. Not a young tot like people would probably assume. Like around 10, I would say 10 as like a maximum, and probably even more. Because we really don't know how long Sonia and Rauru have been married, but essentially the Chamberlain that was appointed to Zelda, she was a child whenever whenever Sonia and Rauru went on a pilgrimage of light, and they erected shrines of light around the area, banishing demons, purging them, and in their place they built a shrine of light to prevent them from resurrecting. And in that span of time, the Chamberlain was a child. So, and at the time when she was writing the ancient tablets, she had actually become a full-grown woman, meaning that could be any number of years. So the child's probably not that young, to be honest, if they had a child at all at that point. Maybe they even had one before that. So the child could very well be a teenager or even older than that. So they could just be off doing their own thing. So let me see. Call Zelda their descendant, so she must be a direct line. Absolutely. Zelda carries the light power of Rauru and the time power of Sonia, and a blood connection to them both, 100%. Yeah, you would be surprised how many people in the comments tell me, in those shorts, they would tell me that it was a possibility that Sonia had a sister or something like that. Or they would just say it's biologically not possible for a Hylian and a Zonai to procreate. And I'm just like, it's a video game. I will try to apply science to a video game to a certain degree, but after a certain degree is passed, I'm like, nah. Alright, let's just get real here. It's a fantasy game, it's a video game, it ain't real. And anything can happen, okay? Anything, unfortunately. No matter how much you don't want it to happen, it probably happens. So, yeah, people were in denial. Check this out real quick. Anyone have any theories about the origins of the Zonai? The origins? I actually do. I literally have a script completely written out, part 1 at least of it, of an origin story of the Zonai, which actually I think would be pretty cool if I just said that out right now and let people pick it apart, because I haven't done a lot of theorizing and like fact checking. I just wrote it out as like a story format. I didn't write it out as a script for a video. I wrote it out as literally a once upon a time kind of format. So I might actually just go ahead and tell y'all the script that I have already written about a Zonai origin story. And it does play into the 5 shorts that I just released. It's pretty linked. So I'll actually reveal quite a lot of cool stuff during this live stream. I plan on doing a lot of cool stuff, various stuff. You might see me just standing around right now in a video game talking to you guys, but it's gonna, it'll get there, okay? Trying to keep my whistle wet, because I have a very limited vocal stamina. I can only talk for so long before my voice starts breaking. So I'm trying to stay hydrated on some Coke. Hydrated on Coca-Cola. The best. Right, let me read up on the chat. Man, you guys are flying in the chat. Or they act like King Rome and not even care about their kids because, in their personal opinion, they have better things to do with their lives. Well, I mean, yeah, some royalty probably do think that way, but I don't think Sonia and Rauru, personally, are have that mindset. I think they're definitely very nice, caring people. They probably love their child, but, you know, as any royalty that has precautions, they would definitely have to keep their distance for safety reasons. What would a Zonai and Hyrulean crossbreed look like? They'd probably look like me. They'd probably look like my ass. My grotesque ass. You're looking at it. I'm the missing link. Let me see. Zelda and Link in Ocarina of Time because brother and sister. Yeah, that's a theory that I have. Brother and sister. I actually, I've had a couple of comments tell me that, you know, the whole thing with Ganondorf kneeling to Rauru and Sonia and Zelda standing off to the side, that, you know, it is definitely supposed to be indicative of the event in Ocarina of Time where Link and Zelda peer through a window and they see Ganondorf kneeling before the king. So people are saying that their child is probably actually in a window off to the side, like just how it is in Ocarina of Time, just off camera, off screen, where we can't see them, looking in on that conversation, looking at that Ganondorf, kneeling to their parents. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. I think that's awesome. Probably could happen. Spree child looking odd. Sorry, GG, I'm gonna need the Punnett squares on Magic Goatman jeans. It's a fantasy game. Most fantasy games and stories include half-bloods and various races. Yep. A lot of fantasy games do like half-elf and stuff like that all the time. Like half-human, half-elf genetics. We have a guy in A Link Between Worlds that bears the Goron symbol and looks a bit like one, but is definitely a human. So anything is possible nowadays. Hey, there's a character in... What was it? I think it was Phantom Hourglass? Or Spirit Tracks? I think it was Spirit Tracks. There's a guy in Spirit Tracks that dresses up as a rabbit. So... And we got Tingle, a guy that thinks he's a fairy. So there's probably a lot of people that think they're another thing in the Zelda series, all across the games. There could be all kinds of stuff going on here. All the races have married. Yeah, nice, please. I do need. You need information? All right. Don't worry, Supreme Soup. You're gonna get it. I've had a pet theory of mine for a while that Zonai are just highly evolved Hylians that got closer to the gods than any other race. They share so much morphology to Hylians, minus them being big furries. Yeah, I actually have a... Well... The Zonai are weird, okay? The origin story for them that I have is not exactly like how they literally were created in a lab, almost. Not like DNA created, but just where they came from. But, the Zonai are strange. Like, that's just gonna have to be elaborated in, and I hope that Tears of the Kingdom's Masterworks really does go in depth detail on that, because, man, they just came out of nowhere, seemingly. Excuse me. Among the Zonai are further evolved Akka, who in turn are Hylians who stayed in Skyloft. Yeah, that's basically what I think a lot of people think. The Zonai are just literally people that were in Skyloft that stayed behind. Instead of going down and colonizing the surface in Skyward Sword, they just stayed up on their Sky Island and just evolved into that. So that's what I think that's kinda could happen, but we'll never know probably. The design of the Zonai is anthropomorphic forms of the dragon spirits we met in Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Yes, they are. The Zonai are descendants of gods, and thus closer to the gods than the Hylians. So, the whole draconification thing is a whole can of worms, and their connection to the Zonai. I mean, clearly I made a video about that, about how the Dinral, Nadra, and Farash, they're all definitely, without a doubt in my mind, they were originally members of the Zonai. Excuse me, I got something in my throat. So, then you got the ruler of owls, dragons, and boars. So it's like, there's so many traces that lead to absolutely nowhere when you try to follow them when it comes to figuring out what the Zonai are. So it's kind of weird for me to talk about it, because I'm like, I don't like to talk about, like I said before, earlier in the stream, that I don't really like to talk about things that I'm completely sure about. But I do like to theorize a little bit every now and then about it. Get your vocal stamina up, because I can talk for at least 5 hours straight. Oh, 5 hours, I'm going to be straight up on my face on the floor at 5 hours long. I don't know how people stream for that long. It's crazy. Let's see, if they have highly in relation, it makes sense the two could procreate. Go ahead and put my mouse down here. Here we go. There are traces of Zonai in Skyward Sword. I'm convinced the Akka were a red herring because Aonuma revealed too much and Miyamoto was not happy about it. Yeah, I mean, actually I would like to show y'all, but it would be annoying to get into it and open it up and play it and get to that part in the game. But in Skyward Sword, there's definitely a lot of connections to the Zonai. If you looked in, what was it? Skyview Temple, there's the three-leaf motif, or little emblem that you can find pretty much everywhere. You can even find it, I believe, in Faron Woods if you go looking for it. But yeah, there's like the three-leaf. One like this, and then there's one big one in the middle. That three thing in the middle, or that three things, I guess, in that assembly, is very, very prevalent in the entirety of Skyward Sword. It's in every location. If you can look for it, and you'll find it. And then there's the Zonai swirls, or whatever it was on the sand ship. And then there's potentially even a Zonai swirl in the Earth Temple, I believe. The second temple that you go to on Elden Volcano. So yeah, there's a lot of Zonai themology in Skyward Sword, surprisingly. And I think that, Breath of the Wild, it came right after Skyward Sword, and actually a lot of Skyward Sword assets were being used in the development of Breath of the Wild in the very early stages. A lot of things straight up were ripped from Skyward Sword, even a lot of the sound effects, surprisingly, you might not know this, a lot of the sound effects that are in this game are actually straight up from Skyward Sword. They like to reuse and recycle sound effects. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things taken from Skyward Sword, and I think, like the approach, the idea of the Zonai kind of came from Skyward Sword's use of level design and map design and stuff like that. Let me catch up on the chat. Let me go ahead and just warp real quick to another location. Here we go. Yeah, I do apologize, by the way, if the this game kind of looks choppy as well, because I typically don't have it set up to stream. I have it set up to record. So I have no idea what settings work for this game to make it look good. Whenever I stream it, like, I'm probably just gonna have to just straight up go 1080p, 30 frames per second, blah blah blah. Just straight up default raw in order for it to look decent. Yeah, so whole thing about Sonia and Rauru having a child, I apologize if I missed some things in the chat. But yeah, the thing about Sonia and Rauru having a child, I definitely do believe they had one. And it's not that far off to believe that perhaps even both the ancient heroes aspect and the ancient princess in that tapestry in Breath of the Wild, the 10,000-year-old Calamity Ganon battle, perhaps both of them are even direct descendants of Sonia and Rauru. I have seen that suggested before. I personally don't think so, because whenever you... I'm going to go ahead and equip that real quick. Whenever you equip the Ancient Heroes aspect, you hop on this rock. Show you all the free camera that I've got. This is Ultra Cam in action. But yeah, so whenever you see these feet, this is digitagraded feet. You won't find this on a Zonai. Surprisingly enough, Zonai has straight up human feet. And you do not get this gene from a Hylian and a regular Zonai combining, okay? You also don't get a tail out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, there are things called recessive genes, where a gene that doesn't predominantly exist in something can suddenly appear in the next generation of something. Like, for example, like eye color. You will have, or hair color. Somebody in your family will have like blonde hair or brown hair, and then you'll just suddenly have a child that's got red hair because it's a recessive gene. It's not dominant. So you just randomly you'll have a child that's got red hair out of nowhere. But that's like that's getting up there in the science realm, and I like to bring myself back down to the planet that I'm currently inhabiting right now. That's a little too high up there for my taste. But yeah. Read the chat. See what you guys think about it. Master has to retain good memories. His longest stream was 6 hours. I'm a dance teacher specializing in music theater, so maybe that's why my voice was fine. Yeah, a lot of people can just talk and talk and talk and not really get fatigued by it, but my throat, it breaks. It just does, it deactivates. It's in sleep mode after a while. So yeah, I'm not one of those people that can just talk for a long time at all. I die real quick. The leaves are representative of a lotus. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The lotus. You can see a lotus. I'm actually going to show you guys that real quick. I'll give you guys time to catch up in the chat. What am I even doing? I'm brain farting right now. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. And I think it was the Ganondorf scene. Yeah, if you look up here, you can see my mouse still. Yes, okay, cool. So this is an interesting mural, but this is not what we're looking for here, I believe. It might actually not even be. Yeah, it's at the very end of this one. Okay, cool. So at the very end of this memory, you get to see a lotus very, very strikingly similar to the designs that you see in Skyward Sword. This is a theory that I wanted to make forever, since I first played this game. I just never really had the ability to do that. I mean, it wasn't even really worthy of a YouTube short.
I understand that a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years.
Now I finally get to show it, because I've got all kinds of stuff I've noticed, and I'd love to show it. So you guys are in for a treat.
It is truly reassuring. It is my honor.
Ads?
When your Zonai ancestors first descended
Oh no, there's ads. I'm getting people saying there's ads. I didn't notice that. It didn't even ask me if I could delay it. That's sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage.
You haven't missed anything yet, don't worry.
Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai
There's some relation specifically to the deaths. Video I once saw, there was design parallel between
you and your sister, that is. Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come. Your actions today are appreciated, Ganondorf. I look forward.
So was it even, did everybody that got an ad, are you guys back in here now?
Majesty.
Okay. I might have missed it while I was sitting here reading the chat.
King Roru,
Hopefully I didn't.
I believe that man's heart holds many dark
I probably did.
ambitions. Just his name, even that, it gives me pause.
I am well aware of his evil nature. For that reason, and others, I
Okay, cool.
close.
Welcome back.
It will be easier to keep.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even get a pop-up asking me if I wanted to show an ad or not, so sorry. If I could have controlled that, I would have.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. See up here on the top? This is 100% identical to the Lotus theme that you can find in Lanayru Desert. Just so you know. I mean, it's not like 100%, it's 95% identical, okay? But still, that Lotus symbol is definitely there in Skyward Sword. And it's a very big theory that those robots were built by possibly the Zonai that I have made a video about, the origin of the ethereal arm video that I made. If you haven't seen that, check it out. I have a theory on that, about the Zonai possibly being the creators of those ancient Lanayru Desert robots. It doesn't really hold up that well today in my opinion, but it's something to check out. Okay, so saw some messages up in here. I'm gonna read them. The two we see do, yes, but the odd statues in the depths with their arms raised have digitigrated feet. Yep. They have the same exact feet as the Ancient Heroes aspect does. Let's see. People freaking out about the ads, possibly. It's actually stylized. Royal Wing Crest. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I'm going to have to take a closer look at that symbol again, just to refresh my memory. Tail belongs to Minish. Yeah, they do really look like a Minish tail. So there's a lot of things about this character. And actually, something else that I noticed, the claws. The claws are actually longer than a regular Zonai's claws. So this is Raru's hand, and this is his claw. Okay, this is his fingernails. And notice how much longer the Ancient Heroes Aspect's claws are. So that's another detail that does not exist on Zonai. Potentially it could, but I don't know. Now, Raru's claws do actually get quite long in his skeletal form whenever he's dried up and mummified like Ganondorf, when his arm is still attached to Ganondorf. His arm is very old and decrepit looking, and his fingernails are longer too. So, but this is just something to note as well. And then you've got, I mean, this is literally just Zonite armor. The Zonite set just placed on over top of this gray alien dude looking thing. So there's nothing really interesting about the armor itself. It's just literally a Zonite set. And anyway, yeah, but the toes, the feet, where they bend and stuff like that. Then you've got these curvatures back here, the digitigrated stuff. Then you got the tail with a large tuft of red hair at the end. It's definitely something different, and it did not come from Sonya and Raru. There's a lot of dark implications about it, possibly coming from a Zonai and a Gerudo, but you know, that's a realm of possibilities that I would not like to not delve into, because there could be all kinds of weird stuff happening with that. So let's skip over that. But yeah, we're gonna go down to the depths, pay a visit to the little weird statues down here, do a quick comparison. Ignore the glitchiness, you didn't see anything. Get on the trusty steed. Alright, where are we going? I think they are towards this. Yeah, I'm going the right way. Okay. Should see, yeah, I see him. Okay. Heading there. Let me go ahead and catch up on the chat while I still can. So, really well placed in that cutscene. It feels super intentional. Yeah, it feels very intentional why they did that. I mean, why else? They didn't show that on purpose the entire time, the entire duration of that entire cutscene, but for some reason they decided to show it at the very end. So I do think that was very intentional when they showed that, to give a little bit of a clue as to what's going on with the Zonai. Now, before I get into this, read some more of the chat here. So my brain is going to the ancient Zonai being pure breeds, and Raru/Minoru already being interbred by another race, or at least evolved and changed down the line. There are theories about, like, for example, the ruler of owls, the ruler of dragons, and the ruler of boars having their own unique variant of Zonai. And I think this character right here is definitely from the ruler of boars line of Zonai, because they are definitely a little bit more beast-like and feral kind of looking, if you ask me. You've got more animalistic traits instead of the human-like traits that the Zonai, you know, Raru and Minoru have, with the human-like feet and hands and legs and stuff like that. They just have like the goat faces. And then you've got this character, which is definitely a lot more animalistic looking. He's got the weird beady eyes and stuff like that. I have to press that button combination, the whistle, by the way, to activate the ultra cam so I can move around in free camera. But if you were wondering, just in case. Great up on the chat. Okay, so hear me out. The ancient hero is a hybrid between a Zonai sort race, Lome, and the Gerudo. It could be, but I'm going to go ahead and avoid that subject because that's got a lot of implications. It could mean something pretty decent, or it could mean something horrible. Okay? Just going to be safe. Theory. The Sheikah were an extinct race. Classic games, the Ocarina of Time, but are present in full in Breath of the Wild. They're the Lome. They are from the depths. The Sheikah were the Lome? I haven't heard that one before. That's quite an exotic opinion. Theory. Yeah, these odd statues lead from Central Hyrule Depths to the abandoned Central Mine and the Great Plateau. Yep. Yeah, they start very abruptly, out of nowhere. I mean, they literally just start at the wall, like over there, pretty much. For some reason. I don't know why. They just start. The Hylian statues start at the Great Abandoned Central Mine, I believe. Or Gerudo, or whatever you want to call them. I have no idea if they're a Hylian woman or a Gerudo woman. The ancient hero is a combination of Minish, Zonai, Hylian, Twilight, Akka. Yeah, they're an absolute mystery meat. Josh Washington, ancient hero is clearly a new entire race. I'd argue it's a mix of Gerudo and a new concept. Hey, Zonai could be anything. I totally didn't internalize any of the ruler of owls, dragons, and boars stuff when I was playing. That's definitely food for thought. It could mean that the Sheikah in Breath of the Wild were banished because they were trying to take over the kingdom. Hey, that's not a bad idea. I can see that lining up. Like they were banished because their technology was so powerful that the king was like, nope. Y'all are scary, so get rid of your stuff. Or else. And they banished the people down in the depths. I mean, Hyrule Castle was literally sitting on top of the entrance to the depths, apparently, and only the king knew about it. So if the king is the only person that could have put anyone down there. So I guess that makes sense, and I think that's something that people forget about. There's literally a monument built down there that says, this is why this castle was built here. Please don't go down there. Okay? So the king and the queen knew very well about the existence of the depths and what they were sitting on top of for thousands and thousands of years. So anything could be put down in the depths due to the king's actions at this point. The other statues represent the other sage races, Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito. I mean, sage isn't entirely accurate race entirely. I mean, why is the Hylians not represented in these statues? Why? I mean, I would definitely say that's probably supposed to be Gerudo, because those female statues, they do literally lead to the Gerudo region. So, and they lead to the Gerudo Canyon Mine, I believe. Or the Great Gerudo Mine, or whatever it is. So they're definitely supposed to be Gerudo. But why are Hylians not a part of these statues? It's always seems strange to me. And also, why would they add these in here? Let me go ahead and hop up on top. Yeah, as you can see, check out these legs. Look at these juicy chicken legs. Got these feet here. You got one toe, you got two toes, and this is potentially 3 or 2. So it can be 4 toes total right here. It's just a really weird way of the statue being made and stylistically designed, but there could potentially be 4 toes here. You just can't see the 3rd one or the 4th one. And these guys really have 4 toes here, so it's a stretch, but I see a connection there. But then you see these digitagraded bent chicken legs, and the same exact thing exists on this statue. So it's like, is there a connection? Possibly. Let me go ahead and hop up. Okay. So, look at the ears. The ears are... Hold on. I've got to throw something down because it's so dark in here. You guys can probably barely see it. Okay. So look at the ears. The ears are very blunt, like weird looking. They're not long like a Zonai's ears, but they're also not shaped like a Hylian's either. They kind of look like they've got like a stylistic design here that's supposed to depict fur, for example. Like he's actually supposed... Excuse me, he's actually supposed to be like covered in a dark gray, dark green kind of fur. And the ears here are kind of similar, but not really. I mean, to be honest, this looks like a different creature entirely, if you ask me. But it could also just be the very weird stylistic design of this statue as well. That could be just making it look strange. But I do think that the snout, this character, looks pretty similar to what we got going on here. Truly think the Minish was in canon. Let's see. Joshua and Robbie really like to explore the depths. Impa was the Sage of Shadow. See, I think we're getting to something. The other statues, let me see. Pointy. Maybe River Zora. Let me fix something up here. Hold on just a second. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I do think that there's some sort of similarity going on here, but the only thing is that there's obviously a tail here, and this thing does not have a tail at all, and that's the big problem. I mean, he's got a big old booty, but he's got no tail. So, I am at a loss for words for what in the world the ancient hero could be. Now, I would like to go ahead and, well, let me see here. What should I talk about next? There's so much to talk about. We pretty much summed up a lot of stuff. Generalized. We pretty much generalized already what the identity of the ancient princess. The ancient princess in that mural is 100% supposed to be Rauru and Minoru, or it's not Rauru and Minoru. Rauru and Sonia's descendant. So because they continued the royal bloodline, it would make sense if the ancient princess in that tapestry is supposed to be their descendant. So that solves that. But where did this guy come from? That's the question. True, have you ever seen tiger paintings and statues from history? The stylistic choices can make them unrecognizable if not for distinguishing details. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, have you seen the Rito statues? The Rito and the Goron look abysmal. They look horrible. Let me just show y'all real quick, just to give you guys a quick reminder. Because the Rito statues look alien-like. And then the Gorons don't even look like Gorons. For one, they have noses. Gorons have literally never had noses. They have like two holes or their faces right in the middle of their face, but these statues, they do have noses. So it's like, what in the world? But yeah, look at these Rito. When have you ever seen a Rito look like this? That's so strange. It's so weird looking. It looks like an actual bird, more of a bird than anything. I mean, this is... If they're doing a stylistic design here and it's not supposed to depict 100% accurately what the statue actually is, then okay. But I mean, if this was what the Rito actually looked like back then, like what in the world is going on here? Something funky. Now that you guys have got a revolting look at these Rito statues, let's go ahead and run on over here to the Goron area. Check these guys out. I think these are the funniest because they look so weird. Oh man. Okay, there's definitely some weird stuff happening on the screen. I have to rewarp for that to go away. Let me read the chat. Maybe a shrine of resurrection was built and used to put the ancient hero in stasis, and the Sheikah shrine of resurrection was built over the Zonai one. Yeah, the secret, what was it? The shrine of, no, it's, what is it? The spring of resurrection? Yeah, the secret spring of revival. Like, what is going on there? Is the water, that the chamber of resurrection, or the, whatever this is, the shrine of resurrection, the water that's in that pool that Link sits in Breath of the Wild, is that being siphoned up from the secret spring of revival, and that's why it has the healing capabilities that it does have? That's what I've always thought this whole time, but I could be wrong. So this is a whole weird thing that they just added in. It's like, I mean, I know that the depths is supposed to mirror what's on the surface, but, you know, come on. What is this? Like, what in the world is this place? It's so weird. It's random. Wind Waker's opening was due to the adult timeline. I'm so looking forward to you playing Breath of the Wild in the future because I thoroughly enjoyed all 100 episodes of Tears of the Kingdom. Hey, if you watched all 100 episodes on my second channel, man, you are an absolute legend. Where are these statues at? Over here, I think. Okay, I remember them being back down here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just look at these things. You think this is supposed to be a Goron? Take one good look at this thing and you tell me right now that's a Goron. Like, what in the world am I looking at? That is not a Goron. Then you got these glutes right here. It's like, dang, boy. Damn. Look at those hams. It's just, this is not a Goron. Like, what is this thing? It's definitely supposed to be stylistic, but then again, it makes you really wonder, is it stylistic, or is this really what Gorons looked like back then, whenever this took place? There's no telling, dude. Let me see. I stepped away there and missed a lot. Hey, don't worry. Don't worry. Plenty more where that came from. Which is back to the whole... It's time to talk about the four-eyed elephant in the room. The four-eyed elephant in the room? What are you talking about? The Hylians weren't present, most likely. That is a straight-up troll. That is a Goron. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be. What is it? What is it really? What's going on here? There's so many physical attributes on this creature that does not exist. Like, Gorons do not have noses at all. And this is a very predominant nose right here. Gorons have straight up two slits, two little tiny holes on their face where their nose is. So it's like, what? Also, I don't even see the rock on their back at all. And that's what Gorons are literally born from. They are born from rocks. That's a side quest that's confirmed in Tears of the Kingdom. They're born from the earth in Death Mountain. The rocks that make up Death Mountain are very special. They can birth Gorons. So, Gorons have rocks on their back because they were born as a rock, literally. But this thing doesn't have a rock at all on its back. So it's like, this cannot be a Goron. This is some weird stuff. There's no telling. Argue it's a banished race. If anything's down here surviving, it has to be banished. Four-eyed elephant equals bargainer. Ah. The bargainer statue is... Oh, man. That's intimidating to even try and tackle, because there's so many things I could talk about with the bargainer statue. I'd be here forever. We might get into that. We might do that. We'll consider for making 2 Zora races in one timeline. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm dismissing the stylized thing. It's a huge honker. Gorons have little noses. It's not a Goron, that's a Rito-Goron hybrid. A Rito-Goron hybrid. Uh-oh. That does not sound pleasant. Always saw moblins when looking at that statue. I see a lot of things, but I can hardly see a Goron, to be honest with you. I mean, I can see the big bulkiness, the big frame that they're trying to go for here. That's supposed to depict the Goron, and of course the region they're found in, you know, that's obviously supposed to be a Goron, but come on now. Like, I have a pair of eyes, I can see, and that does not look like a Goron. This Goron rock talk reminds me of how Gorons are allowed inside Gerudo Town, and I love that. Yeah. Yeah, even the Gerudo have no idea what a Goron is. Chest is a Goron, the head is a Rito. The ass is a Hylian. You saying Hylians have hams? Big old glutes? What if the gods sent banished races to the depths, and the depths is the Twilight Realm, otherwise known as the Realm of the Spirit / Darkness? That's what I was saying. If anything's down here and it's supposed to be thriving, there's like a civilization down here, it's gotta be somebody that deserved to be down here. I mean, why else would you want to be here? Why else would you be here? Unless it's supposed to be... I mean... Alright, if this is supposed to be a complete mirror of the surface, and I mean a complete mirror of the surface, anything that you see down here is like mirrored perfectly up top. If it's really supposed to be a mirror world of the surface, then it would make sense if there are races down here that are the mirror opposites of, or just another version of the surface races. So that's what I'm sitting here thinking, because this is definitely not a Goron at all, and that Rito statue was not, you know, the Rito that we are familiar with. These are different things that we are not familiar with. Definitely. They have to be, in my opinion. These statues are linked to the races of the sages. They represent their tribes. They are purely stylized depictions. That's what I'm hoping that that's what it is. Or it could just be what I just talked about how they're just literally mirrored. They're mirror versions of races that live down here, as opposed to the races that live on the surface. They represent the races of all sages, and why isn't there a Zonai and Hylian there? Yeah, that's the question. They leave a lot of stuff unanswered in this game. Very aggravating. Ashika from Ocarina of Time, if we wanted to go that far, and this was over 10,000 years ago. I mean, over 10,000 years ago, we very clearly had, I mean, Breath of the Wild, it's supposed to have, and Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, are supposed to be like 10,000, 3,000. Let me gather myself here before I say this. Gather my thoughts. So, Tears of the Kingdom's story in the past, in the cutscenes that we watch, is supposedly like over 30,000 years ago. Potentially. Probably even more. But I think that even though, I mean, a lot of people think otherwise, but I think that it's still at the end of the timeline, even in Tears of the Kingdom's past. Because I think it's a complete refounding of the Hyrule Kingdom. And that means that every other game that came before Tears of the Kingdom's past, I mean, you've still got Gorons, you've still got Zora, you still got Rito, and you know what they look like. So why do they look like this? And then why did they evolve again to look like something that we are more familiar with? So that doesn't make any sense. Even if it says, oh, this is like 10,000 years ago, they probably evolved over time. But then why do they look very, very similar in the present day in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? how do we remember them in the past games? It doesn't make sense. These are definitely weird, weird versions of the races that we know. Possibly even completely separate. Let me go ahead and dispose of these. Check up on the chat. We got some ads. I literally just saw the pop-up when it was too late. I should probably... Hold on. Let me go ahead and swap these windows right here so this can be on the bottom. So I can see it faster. Because I'm actually missing these pop-ups. Because I don't want you guys to see ads more than you need to. Sorry about that. Let me see. Checking up on the chat. Statues are named Sage Statue in the game files. Yes, they are. That is a fact. I know that for a fact. So you are correct on that. Yeah, they are supposed to be the sages. Depictions of the sages of the races. But, I mean, they could still be anything. Let me see. 10,000 years is a placeholder. Estimation of time. It could be 100,000 years for all we know. Yeah, that's another thing. 10,000 years, I've gotten this comment in my, the side-on video that I made. Somebody made a comment saying that in Japanese culture, it's actually, whenever somebody tries to say 10,000 years ago, it basically means it's an undetermined amount of time. It's such an indescribably long amount of time. It's like a comically large amount of time ago this happened. So whenever somebody in Japanese culture says, you know, 10,000 years ago, that means like in a time so ancient, it's inconceivable. So it's an undetermined number. It's not actually 10,000 years specifically. So that's a good observation to make. But at the same time, it's still, in my opinion, a refounding. So it doesn't really matter if 10,000 years ago means like 3 million years ago. Because you can see the Gorons, the Rito, the Zora in these games, and then you can see how they turned out to look like they do in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, and they look the same, essentially. So it still doesn't really add up why they look this way in Tears of the Kingdom, these statues. Let me see. Zonai Castle could have been built on top of it. They are 100% meant to be stylized depictions of the Hyrulean sages, with the added caveat of whatever race the ancient heroes aspect was for central Hyrule. You know, I never even thought about that. If somebody became the Sage of Light, because the ancient princess most likely inhabited, inherited the attribute of time. Because Princess Zelda has been commonly linked to the element, or the theme of time magic, or light magic, but it seems like they wanted to stick with Zelda inheriting time magic for Tears of the Kingdom or whatever, because that's the attribute that her secret stone locked onto whenever she obtained it. So that seems to be her predominant element. But yeah, I mean, who was the Sage of Light in the Ancient Calamity? Was it him? Because we have Rauru, he's gone. So who took up that mantle? It probably was this character right here, the Ancient Heroes aspect, that took up the element of time, or light, for his secret stone. Let me see, let me go ahead and warp out of here, because Death Mountain is notoriously, or the Fire Temple is notoriously very laggy, even in the Switch version of the game itself. Let's see. So why isn't there a race of Minoru? What do you mean a race of Minoru? You just want a bunch of Minorus walking around? Hey, whatever floats your boat, buddy. I ain't gonna judge. It is what it is, yeah. Magma, I see that referenced a lot. I would like, let me go ahead and fix this screen right here, put it back on full screen. Yeah, I would really like to show, or show some support for the Magma theory, because, you know, realistically, that's the only race of, like, subterranean mining people that we are very familiar with, other than the Gorons. I mean, you've got a couple other, like, people, potentially, in the Downfall games that are kind of like, they kind of live in the rocks or in caves and stuff like that, but Magma are definitely a huge candidate for who these creatures are supposed to be, these weird statue things. But, the Magma even do have tails, so that's also a plus, but then again, these things just straight up don't. So that's the mystery. This thing does not have a tail, period. At all. Yeah, there they are. Let me read up on the chat. I'm not sure why we're trying to take the appearance of stylized statues being true to life. I mean, hey, they could be stylized, but I'm just saying, as an observation, it's like, why do they look like that? I mean, stylized is stylized, but then you take so many creative liberties whenever you create something that's supposed to depict something, you take away so many aspects of whatever you're trying to depict, and it no longer becomes a depiction of that, even if it is stylized. You're just making something completely new at that point, which is, I don't understand. I mean, at some point it's a stylized design, but then again, it could be going a little overboard if it really is supposed to be 100% a stylized depiction of a race that we're all very familiar with and how they look and how they're supposed to look. And if you take away iconic things about a race, it's like, what is this thing I'm looking at now? It goes into the realm of unidentifiable, which is where the whole weird argument sits, pretty much. It's like, what are these statues? Check real quick, what was this? People have argued about the depictions on the tapestry as well, but it's all heavily stylized, not a photograph or true to life painting. Yeah, the artistic rendering on that tapestry is definitely supposed to be just a regular Hylian princess, and this weird thing down here, the ancient hero. Yeah, but the tapestry is also incorrect. They assumed Ganondorf is a literal dragon. I'm not sure. The hell did I miss? I needed to eat my tea. What do you mean you needed to eat your tea? I hope you mean drink. Unless you got tea popsicles, which are also acceptable. Statues are going to look romanticized as art. Ganon looks straight up like the Dark Beast in the tapestry, which is what he should be depicted as. Yeah, he does. He does look like the Dark Beast. Weird swirling swine that Daruk calls him. That's the quote from Daruk that I remember. Hey, check this out. Please look my friend, if I draw a circle, I can't say it's a stylized square. I find it funny how a Nintendo game for all ages has deep lore. Yeah, there's Kirby games. Kirby games have deep lore. Surprisingly, you wouldn't even, if you're not even looking for lore in Kirby, you won't find it. Even if you're looking for lore in Kirby, you probably still won't find it, because Kirby is actually apparently supposed to be a post-apocalyptic game set on Earth. There's a couple of instances in which Kirby will actually go up into space and you can see the planet, and it literally shows countries on this planet. I can't remember what planet it was, what game it was, but Kirby is up there. Kirby's definitely a little weird. If you're looking for lore in a game that shouldn't have weird deep lore, Kirby's got it. Let me see. I eat the cup. What do you mean you eat the cup? Are you working in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? send me an invitation so I can eat my teacups as well. That sounds awesome. Let me see. I've never heard anyone call Tapestry a Ganon as a first. Yes, I completely agree with a refounding. Who is interbreeding with Akkas in your headcanon? Interbreeding with Akkas. That does not sound very nice. It's a terrible thought to have in my brain. He is another name for dinner in the UK. That's a suitable name for anything. Kirby games have lore? Yes, they do. They've got a lot more lore than you think. There's even a horn. People really like throwing out the stylization card as a crutch for some reason. I mean, hey, it's all different opinions here. So it's not like a war zone that we're trying to create here. Everybody's got their own personal beliefs on something. Everybody's really set on what they believe. Oops, did not mean to catch their attention. Do not want y'all to peek at me. Okay, good. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to start like a flame war or anything. I know people really believe something, and like I myself am the same way. I mean, like I said before, I think they're taking a little too many creative liberties here with these statues in order for them to be really supposed to be 100% Goron and Rito and Zora. The Zora don't even look that bad. They look the closest, I actually think. I mean, of course, you got the Gerudo. The Gerudo look literally like a human female, so it's not even a question there. But the Zora look very, very close, actually. Surprisingly, to what they actually look like in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. After we take a look at these, I'm going to hop back on track, because we got a little bit off topic for a little bit there. Great, now I gotta find them. Shouldn't take that long. I think, well, they're clearly gonna be underneath Zora's domain, so I gotta go over there. Zora's domain. Oh, I'm way off. I worked way down here. Oops. Go ahead and fix that. Alright, check up on the chat. Except that, what does Akka's even... What does Akka mean? Akka are the little chicken people with human heads that you find in Twilight Princess. I know that there's a lot of people that haven't played all of the Zelda games. So, yeah, they're the creepiest looking things on Earth. So if you haven't played Twilight Princess, I recommend playing it. It's definitely... Oops, did not know there was a boss fight right here. It's the Twilight Princess has got a lot of weird stylized designs. The Akka is definitely one of them, on top of the list. Yeah, here are the Zora. The Zora are very similar to what they look like in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. They have the arm flaps, they have got the shark heads, and they don't really have like the side, like the fins that look like a kind of like a skirt around their waistline. But you can tell that this is definitely supposed to be a Zora. For sure. Zora actually do not have digitagraded feet, but they are depicted to have them here. So this is definitely a, I mean, it's supposed to be a stylized design for a leg. I don't think that they really had digitagraded feet back in the day. I mean, they're fish. They shouldn't. They should never have digitagraded feet. Legs, whatever. Make a Kirby lore video, it would be hilarious. Maybe on April Fools I might. I've got a lot of ideas for April Fools, but it sounds like a good one. Let's see. You happen to have a picture of an Akka. Soup wants to know what they look like. I actually don't have a picture of an Akka, because then my computer would be tainted. Then I have to take it outside and burn it. It's that bad. Especially the Akka's child. Oh man, it's... It's a floating head with wings for ears. Do not look up the Akka unless you want to die prematurely. I remember my reaction when I saw that you could fight the bosses again in the depths. I was so scared. Yeah, the bosses, I mean, okay. Now that you brought that up, I'm going to go ahead and get back on track with this, because this is a personal theory of mine as to who the ruler of owls, dragons, and boars, specifically speaking, the ruler of boars are. So if you guys are interested in hearing a juicy, fat, fresh theory right out of the oven, listen up. After I do this theory, let me see, how long have I been streaming? I have no idea how to even check. Okay, there we go. Almost 2 hours. Okay, so here we go. Ah, Soup, you're leaving at the good part. Don't worry, hey. Remember, this stream is always available to watch. Whenever you leave, you can always watch the stream when it's done, so make sure you catch up whenever you can. I hope to see you again, Soup. Good having you. Come back, Cato. Alright, so, my new theory, well, it's not really a new theory I've had this theory for a while now, because I actually wanted to make a video on this bit, but, a lot of things happened where I basically can't. A lot of the theories that I had in the shorts that I just released were actually supposed to be a part of a gossip bite style video. But there is just not enough about them to really talk about, to script, in order to warrant a gossip bite video, so they just turned into shorts. But I have a lot of research on the Zonai specifically. I've got notes up here. Let me go ahead and open these notes. Okay. Alright, I've got them pulled up. Let me put them up here. Boy, I'm not blocking this screen. Okay. Yeah, so I have taken a lot of notes. Like how... I'm not going to talk about that, because I'm going to get off topic. And this is going to take forever to get through, but... Yeah, so... My theory about the ruler of boar... Man, I really got something in my throat. My theory about the ruler of boars... I think the ruler of boars, his territory was here. The ruler of dragons, his territory was, I believe on the surface. Possibly. Maybe the sky. But then you got the ruler of owls, which I actually think that might be the surface. So you got 3 realms, the depths, the surface, and the sky. And I think each of them held dominion over one of them. And I think the ruler of boars actually held dominion over the depths, because in the depths you can find stuff like what you're seeing right now in front of you. You can find stadiums prepared for combat. And the ruler of boar is definitely supposed to be aligned more with the Triforce of Power. Because boars, you know, Ganondorf, his connection, his pursuit for the power and all that. So I think that the ruler of boars and his followers, his people, his variant of the Zonai, which is possibly the Lome, what you see right here, the Ancient Heroes aspect, which I believe to belong to that race of the ruler of boars. He, the areas down here where you can fight things like that, you can refight a boss, or you can go and find a Colosseum over here, for example. Where is it? Yeah, this one right here, like the floating Colosseum. Why are there Colosseums down here? Have you ever asked yourself that? Why? And you can go into these Colosseums and you can see that monsters are already locked up in them, as if it was just a sport, a challenge. And you've got the podiums up there where people can sit for like an audience and stuff like that. So people really respected and enjoyed as an activity testing your abilities in combat in the depths, all across the entirety of the depths. And there's different versions of Colosseums and everything for different kinds of things. There's even a Colosseum randomly all the way over here on Eventide Island. There's Lone Island Colosseum. You've got I think there's a bunch of Lionels in here, I believe. And the best weapons that you can find from the ghost soldiers that present you some weapons and stuff, they're usually found here. Like pristine royal claymores and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that the depths area down here is definitely supposed to be ruled by the ruler of boars, and they always valued power more than anything, and that's why they always have stuff to test their abilities down here. And of course, if we're going to link the Lome to the mysterious statues that are surrounding the great abandoned central mine, those weird looking things, then this is actually kind of diving into that short that I released where I talked about the identity of the ancient hero himself being possibly derived from a minotaur. In the ancient Greek legend, a minotaur, which is the son of a king, King Theseus, I believe. And the Minotaur, instead of being slain for his appearance, because, you know, he's a monster. He's supposed to look like a human being, and he looks like a freakish half-man, half-bull monster. And because it's still technically his son, because his wife was pretty dubious behind his back with weird shenanigans going on, won't get into that. But yeah, instead of slaying his son himself, or just having people slay him, he felt bad for the Minotaur, and he wanted to protect the Minotaur. So he actually sent the Minotaur down into the depths of the earth in a labyrinth, so that the Minotaur could roam that labyrinth endlessly. And he was banished down there, and eventually the Minotaur was killed. But yeah, so that's what I'm sitting here thinking, that the Lome could be inspired by. And then you've got literally, oops. Let me go ahead and warp back, because I can warp over here and show y'all something else. I'm trying not to lose train of thought here. Here we go. Let's talk with the Minotaur. Listless Wither, what's going on? Hey, you liking your new member status? Yeah, I gifted out memberships. Because I finally figured out how to gift out memberships before I started this stream. And it happened that you just got it. You were one of those 10 lucky people that got a free Gossip Geist membership. So how about that? I know you've been in the streams a lot, so that's awesome to see. Let me see here. But yeah, so the mythology about the Minotaur being trapped in a labyrinth and stuff like that. And you've got the Lome people, which are apparently those mysterious statues. And you got these Minotaurs roaming these labyrinths that you can see here. So I think the connection there is pretty strong. Now, I will say that somebody also mentioned earlier, I've had a couple people bring this up to me. A prominent Zelda creator. Where is it? I'm blind. There we go. Put the mining equipment on. Now let's talk about the mining equipment here. So the mining equipment is actually pretty interesting for a lot of reasons. Firstly, I'm going to go ahead and get over here so I don't get sniped by something. And now let's take a good look at it. So you see, I mentioned in my short how there's definitely a Minotaur-like appearance when it comes to the helmet. And I can tell you right now that these things coming off the top, they're supposed to be horns. And I'll get to that, the other alternative in a second. Let me just go ahead and finish my train of thought here. Then off to the side, you can see like cow ears, cow or bull ears. And then you can see the facial structure that looks like a cow. My voice is starting to break. I might have to take a break in just a second so I can recuperate a little bit. But you can see like a cow skull structure. And then over here on the very end, you can see kind of like it's supposed to depict nostrils. Like these little swirls here, these curls. Supposed to depict nostrils here. And the chain themes here, you know, the Minotaur was banished, like I said, down in the labyrinths. So the chain theming could be indicative of being banished or imprisoned somewhere. So I think that the Minotaur theming here is pretty damn prevalent. You can see that the feet are very strange. Okay, when you see these feet, and then you look back at the ancient hero's aspect feet, kind of makes you start scratching your head a little bit. Like, okay, there's 4 toes here, and then you put the ancient gear back on, and then it's like, they're very similar. It's supposed to be feet, like animalistic feet, like claws, right here. There's 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes, then there's 4 toes, potentially. Or it could be 3, I don't know. But, I definitely think that the Lome people were supposed to be inspired by the legend of the Minotaur. But here's the alternative that I was talking to you about. The alternative that somebody mentioned was that this is supposed to depict the head of an ant. An ant is a very good guess for many reasons, and it's actually not even wrong. And I'll show you why. Let me go ahead and put one of these bad boys down so we can actually see what's going on here. Okay, so these are supposed to be antennae coming off the top of the head, and not horns, according to some people. Which is, yeah, I can kind of see that, but I definitely think that they're supposed to be horns. But some people like to say that they're antennae, which is perfectly acceptable. And then you've got the mandibles here, the pincers, the mouth area. That's supposed to be like the, you know, like the pincers of an ant, which is also acceptable. That's a good a good thing to notice. But the ant theming doesn't actually end there. If you scroll down here, you can see something that looks very similar to an ant or a bug creature. You can see like the antenna kind of curling off the top of the head, the 2 eyes, and then you've got the pincers, the mandibles, where the mouth is. And that is definitely more of a bug than to anything else. It does not look like a minotaur to me at all, so I can give them that. And then you've got something right here that's supposed to be like a kind of like a thorax or a what's it called, the abdomen or whatever of a bug, the back end or whatever, lower half. So I can see that. Now let's put them both together. Let's combine these 2 theories, the theory of the minotaur and then the theory of the ants. So I think that this entire outfit is supposed to be very indicative of a class of people, of a social class, a structured system. Like, there was people that were basically on a lower social status, and then there's people in the middle social status, and then higher status. The lower status of people did not partake in the combat. They instead were forced to do the mining work. And that's why you can see the chains here. You can see the chains, the very tattered looking equipment, the clothing is very ripped looking right here. You're basically wrapped up like you're not allowed to leave, like you're basically a slave. You're enslaved. And I think that's what this is supposed to depict. And the ant theming actually goes hard here. And this is why I think that people, the people that brought up the ant theme, I really appreciate that. Because I probably wouldn't have noticed that or made the connection. But ants are supposed to be like very drone-like. They're very hive mind. A lower status, a working ant, a worker ant. You know, like just mindlessly going out, carrying things home back to the colony, working endlessly, blah, blah, blah. You got no mind of your own. You can't control yourself. You're supposed to be working for somebody else, blah, blah, blah. I think that the ant themology here really does work with these chains. And I think that combining the Minotaur legend with, you know, the Minotaur being imprisoned down below the surface of the world in a labyrinth, which is literally what we're in, and Lome literally means maze or labyrinth, or to get lost on a path in Japanese, whenever you change it to Meiro, because there's no L's in Japanese. They have all their L's are R's. So yeah, Meiro in Japanese is maze, labyrinth, or to get lost on a path. And the legend of the Minotaur combining with the ant themology here is very, very, very indicative of a class that's just supposed to be a worker class, a lower class, that was basically entirely meant to mine things. And that's why they have like the luminescent things all over their body so they can see in the caves while they're mining. So that's my theory on that. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat here because I haven't read anything in a while. Let me get a swig real quick. Been watching some of the bonus video with that newfound membership. It looks like an ant/minotaur fusion. The head especially looks like a bovine skull though. Yeah. Hey, thank you for watching that bonus content, listless. Thank you. 100% looks like a mix of minotaur and some sort of slave worker outfit. I'm hoping you get the reference. Meridia is a cute name. 3 toes. And yes, they do match. Someone did some model matching and found the ancient hero fit inside the miner's outfit perfectly. Hey, see? See? Now you're talking my language. Out of the mining mask could be a protected barrier against miasma, specifically due to the depths potentially being where that became. You know, are you talking about like the gloom, for example? I think the creatures down here, if you live down here, you probably, I mean, not everybody was, what was it? Not everybody is, I can't think of the word, but this outfit right here, the Tunic of the Depths outfit is supposed to give away quite well that the depths is dangerous still to even people that live down here. Gloom is not something that everybody is adapted to, apparently, if this outfit is needed in the first place. And you've also got a lot of insect theming here. I mean, you've got insects that look like Colgera, the boss from the Wind Temple, or just, you know, there's a lot of creatures in the Zelda series boss fights that really look like this. And then you've got this creature right here in the middle, which is another weird thing with pincers, it looks like. A skull in the middle kind of looking thing. And then you've got a scorpion on the top right up here. And this definitely reminds me of the 1,000-year Molder Rock. I think it's what it's called in Skyward Sword. So there's a lot of insect theming going on with everything associated with the depths for some reason. So that's just something to keep in mind. So that ant theming definitely seems like it holds some weight, if you ask me. See. Yeah, it could be 3 feet, but or 3 toes. Yeah, but like I said, the statue, the strange statue that has no link to any known race, that could have 3 or 4 toes. So if it has 3 toes, then that makes even more sense. I mean, this mining outfit looks like it's supposed to be worn by that strange race, whatever that statue is. The head is perfect. It looks like it would fit on that character or that statue perfectly. And if it has 3 feet, then even better. You can tell that it's supposed to be 3 prominently because of like the 3 prongs here. But if you look in between them, then you can see 4 sections. So that's what I was looking at when I said 4. See. Yeah, it looks anti. This is my first thought. This catches lightning, gotta go. Gossip guys. Going hiking. Good hanging with you. Hey, good seeing you here, Wiz. Hope to see you again soon, man. Hope you have fun hiking. I'm glad that you can drop by. Excuse me. There we go. Finally cleared my throat a little bit. That's much better. The ant theming works very well for the mining theme too, even if termite works better. Termites kind of like... Termites deal with wood, but ants deal with earth. Termites can deal with earth as well. I mean, they're basically ants in the same way. They don't really always deal with wood. You can find gigantic termite mounds made out of dirt and stuff like that. So that's not too far off. Let me see. The worker ants / working class. Fun. Get you later on board with that a lot. Just missed something. Where was it? The chains are to keep them bound, and the lights are to make sure they can't disappear into the darkness of the depths. Yeah, exactly. So, were Zonai actually not based? Should we be glad they're gone? Forcing your fellow Zonai into forced labor is decidedly very not based. Well, I mean, the ruler of boars like I said, they have their own entire species of Zonai. Like, they do their own thing independently, and they rule their own way independently from, like, the other ruler of dragons and owls. So, it's like, they don't really... it's not really up for debate on what the ruler of Boars decides to do with his race or tribe of Zonai. It's kind of out of their hands, so I guess it's like two of them. Yeah, two of the rulers might be based, but one of them, I don't know about that. He might be very unbased. I completely agree with you. Could also put Wasp in there as well. Yeah, there's a lot of Wasp themes, probably. There's all kinds of bugs up in here. Every Hylian royal family has a dark side. Yep. See, the whole thing about monsters and being in the Colosseums and stuff like that, like, how? How did they get in the Colosseum in the first place? Did they spawn there? Did they have the potential to spawn enemies there? Or did they literally wrangle up monsters and just throw them in that jail? I'll go ahead and go to a Colosseum real quick so we can investigate in person. I'm glad that I finally get to talk about these things because I have so many theories about all of this stuff that I have not been able to talk about because I really had no way to talk about them, which is one of the biggest reasons why I started live streams in the first place, so that I could just sit here, have a good time, and just talk about all of the weird things that I've observed over the years. And where in the world... Okay, there we go. Floating Coliseum will do. Oh. Let's see. I generally get the feeling that outside of Rauru and Minoru, the Zonai were not nice people, descending to Hyrule, saving the various races, just to force them into the depths to mine. Yeah, I don't think that the Zonai were... What did I just do? I just pressed something, sorry about that. Oh, I almost completely annihilated the stream. Let me know if you guys can still hear me. I didn't just break the whole stream, did I? Because I accidentally pressed something in OBS. Oops. Please tell me you can hear me. And the stream is not broken. That would be awful. Let me just make my way over to the Colosseum. Wars of the bad guys, gotcha. Okay, the stream is good. Oh, yeah, that's... The last thing I need is another technical issue. So thank Hylia for that. Alright, you guys are about to see a magic trick. Check this out. You ever fallen up before? Okay. Now, let's take a dive in here. I don't think I've actually completed... Oh yeah, I have. Okay, I've done all of these Colosseums. And I forgot. Never mind. Okay, they're all still in here. I think they just respawn, because the chest isn't even here anymore. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, they're all gonna be Lionels, huh? Alright. See what you got. But yeah, I mean, like, how did these guys get here? How did they wrangle up a Lionel? Seriously, and they just put it here like it's nothing. The people that lived in the depths had to have absolutely aligned themselves with power in order to pull off something like this. Unless they just had the ability to, I have a modification on, by the way, that, like, gives me 10 times damage, just so you know. That's why I died so fast, so don't freak out. But, it's just to dispatch things that come at me really out of nowhere when I'm trying to capture footage, so I can get back to capturing footage without dying off screen. But yeah. Can't just casually say, hey, get in this cage, Lionel. You gotta be pretty strong to get these guys in here, unless they had the ability to straight up spawn enemies. Which just brings up a whole nother question. That guy has a lot of health. Even with 10 times damage, he's still got a low blow on me. Boom. Got him. Let's see here. I think we got one more here. Ooh, an armored one. Bring it on. Okay. Arrows. Oops. That's too close. My, hearts are down. I just can't see them. That's why my damage is low on my bow. There we go. That take care of that. But yeah, as you can see, there's the gate opening. There is a little pathway right here. And you can see it's kind of like caved in a little bit by the dirt. But it's supposed to go up into the balcony area here. Like go up into the back with the staircase. You can see it's kind of caved in here a little bit too. And people just stand here and watch the combat. So I definitely think that the ruler of boars was down here, and this was his people. This is the activities that his people did. It just shows a show of strength, kind of a civilization. And honestly, like enslaving an entire lower class group of people, that's another depiction of power right there, to be honest with you, just being honest. So it doesn't surprise me that they probably did have an entire group of people that were lesser to them, like the weaklings. They were the ones that were enslaved, or people that weren't seen as powerful or strong, that could compete in these games and stuff like that. Or people that actually failed in these Colosseums whenever it was like the rite of passage, because regular Zonai, like Rauru and Minoru, their civilization had rites of passage. Whenever they became of age, they had to take a dive on one of the islands of like bravery, courage, and valor, I believe. That's the 3 skydiving challenges. So that was theirs. So I definitely think that the ruler of dragons is where Rauru and Minoru's people come from. And they're from the sky. And then you've got the ruler of owls, which might be the surface dwellers, I apparently believe. Since dragon's supposed to represent courage, and then owls, of course, wisdom. So yeah, there's a lot of connections going on here, they can tell, just by looking at some weird things here and there. Let me check up on the chat. It's been a while since I read the chat. Do you personally think the armor that Link gets are to scale? Since we still don't know that for sure, that these are on Link would actually fit on the races. Yeah, that's a good question. Because, I mean, just because it fits on Link doesn't necessarily mean that it's supposed to fit on Link. Like, it could just be a video game thing. Like, what I'm wearing right now could be supposed to be on something completely different shaped than Link. Like, bulkier or weird and bent, distorted, and they're like features and stuff like that. You never know. It could just be literally because of a video game purposes. So that's a good question. Something to keep in mind. Soldier answered. No nonsense. Yeah, soldier, ants mean business. They are absolutely ruthless. You disturb a nest and they're flying at you. Let's see. I think there's some evidence confined monster would continue to spawn where they died, like with the Stall Hinnox in Hyrule Castle. That's a good point. Stall Hinnox always spawns there. Huh. I guess I never thought about that. Stream is good. The zone mural depicted in Josh's study, definitely Rauru or someone else. Yeah. The Zonai that's down there is 100% supposed to be Rauru. It's supposed to be. I believe, at least. That's, you know, with all the weird people circling the Great Abandoned Central Mine, probably being the Lome. Let me see. Field Breaker. Potentially not, at least. A lot of Zonai depictions of something similar to Rauru. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation with everybody in the chat. It's still definitely... I can definitely still hear you, so don't worry, Brian. Oh, I'm not Brian. But you're, getting close. I mean, not really, but... I might do a name review, I don't know. Let's see. Since either pointed or looped ears, females or males, very true. Fortunately, it is a very interesting name, by the way. It would fit that the owl tribe evolved on the surface, as the Sheikah are most prevalent there. Yeah, that's... The Sheikah are one of the oldest people, as far as we know, in the history of Zelda. I mean, they existed alongside Hylia when she was still around in Skyward Sword. So it's like, whenever you think about the most ancient people in the entire Zelda history, it's like the Sheikah date back since the beginning, supposedly. So if the ruler of owls had anybody as their weird people, like their people specifically, like the ruler of dragons, they had the Zonai. The ruler of owls had the Sheikah. The ruler of boars had Lome. So that could explain why the Sheikah have their mysterious powers to begin with, and why Hylians don't. Because the Sheikah are very clearly supposed to be something else. They are their own race. Even though they are called Hylians, like a race of Hylians. I think even in the game itself, let me actually look. I think in the descriptions they are called Hylians. Yeah, it says Hylian in parentheses, quotations, whatever, Sheikah. So that's weird. But they are definitely trying to make them their own race. I mean, they have their characteristic red eyes and white hair at all ages. So they're 100% supposed to be their own group of people. But then you've got the Gerudo, which is the same situation. The Gerudo are actually supposed to be Hylians, apparently, because they supposedly derived from Groose, which is just a Hylian. But then again, we don't know the true origins of Groose and his family. I mean, they could have been a Gerudo. His entire family could be Gerudo, and we just didn't know that. Before the entire group of people were gathered together and put on Skyloft, there could be Gerudo, and they just had no idea that they were just different. They were not actually Hylians, they were Gerudo. So there's no telling what's happening in there. But I do think it makes a lot of sense if the Sheikah belonged to the ruler of owls. That was their group of people, where they came from, and why they have these abilities that Hylians don't, and why they were chosen to be the protectors of Hylia herself. Out of everybody, even her own people, the Hylians, that were considered humans back in that day, weren't even apparently good enough to be her protectors. That's very strange. It would fit. Let me check this quick. Someone else dropped an insane revelation in another stream I saw. Interesting. Nope. You gotta keep guessing, Jonesy. Name's not Paul. Paul. I don't know about that name. I don't think I look like a Paul, do I? Get Skyward Sword Impa. And then look at the Zonai era Hylians. Bruce as the progenitor of the Gerudo is a great theory, but it isn't a fact. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bruce is... I mean, clearly he... Well, I actually have... I don't want to spill the beans too much, but I do have something in the works regarding that whole thing. So I do think that Groose is supposed to be how the Gerudos started their own group of people, like their own distinguishable people from Hylians. But it's, like you said, not confirmed. I do have a lot of things that very, very heavily implies that in what I'm working on right now. So we'll just say that and leave it at that. Is she a... Oh, and the Sheikah are a subset of Hylians, humans, while the Gerudo are their own separate race. I'm thinking you are a Greg. I am not a Greg. So I went ahead and did that whole thing about the ruler of owls, dragons, and boars, and then the about the short with the identity of the ancient heroes aspect, and who not the ancient heroes aspect, just the ancient hero himself, who that could have been, and what was he inspired by, his design. And I do believe that it's definitely supposed to be Minotaur inspired with ant themology, because of, you know, the whole class system with the ruler of boars that he employed. So before I go ahead and get into the next section, because I would like to talk about the origins of the Zonai. That little theory, it's a tiny theory. It's only part 1. It's supposed to have been a YouTube short, but I probably won't make it a short because it would be kind of weird as a short. And it'd be a multi-part series again, which I don't really have enough time for, and I would love to just say it out loud right now. But before I get into that, I would like to go ahead and take a small break so I can get up and cool off a little bit, and get another refill of my drink, get some cold beverage going on. This is warmed up significantly, and I'm about to run out. So I'll go ahead and take a short break. I actually have a be right back screen, so I'll go ahead and activate that. I'll see you guys again in just a moment, so stick around for a thrilling origin of the Zonai story coming up very soon. Looking forward to that. Alright, I'll see you guys in just a second. Let me go ahead and mute this. And make sure everything else is good. Okay. Pretty sure the Zonai are just a fever dream link. Yeah, after eating rock roast. Hey, rock roast will do absolutely mayhem on your brain, I bet. Eating those rocks, what are you doing, man? I cannot believe Link actually ate some rocks. Dude's got teeth of titanium. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. I think everything's good, so I'm just going to go ahead and switch back to the AFK screen, and I will be back in 5 minutes. So give me just a bit, and I'll be right back. Okay. Welcome back. Right. I got myself nice and refreshed. I got to experience what it's like to exist within a temperature that's not 3,000 degrees, so that's nice. I got another refill. I am set to go for a little bit longer. So just making sure everybody can hear me, everything's good. We are all set to go again. There's this sound again to the audio. Just enabled it. All right. Okay. So, let me pull it up real quick. I've got the that theory that I was talking to you about the origin of the Zonai pulled up. Got it on my phone. Now, I actually, just to make sure, I like to see in the chat that we are good. You can see me again, you can hear me again. I am still an absolute noob when it comes to streaming, so I'm not sure when things work and when they don't. And when they don't work, I would love to know that. So I'm not sitting here talking to nobody. Let me see. What's a good place I can go? I guess here would be fine. Things are good? Alright. Stream's good? Okay, cool. Thank you guys for letting me know. It's always good to be sure before I reveal my cards too soon. So yeah, you wonder why the Zonai mine for Zonite in the first place. And you wonder why their entire civilization, even their floating sky islands themselves, seem to be almost entirely reliant on Zonai, period. And I even have something even weirder. Something that's quite strange, actually, when you think about it. I just wanted to go ahead and give you the theme here, kind of like do like a storytelling theme going on whenever I tell you this theory. But you can see that they put up a lot of mining facilities and stuff like that. Like they grinded up all of the ore and stuff like that in this. And all of the zonite from the ore excavated would fall down this hole, and that's why you see zonite kind of just laying around here everywhere. The zonite would be filtered down into this hole, and then it would be carried off by the constructs down here. And these constructs, let me find one. Not those, those won't do. I know there's more. Maybe this place is not a good place for this. I do know a location that is good for this. Just a second while I find it. It is a massive area over here, I believe, by itself. I can't remember exactly. I think it's within this... Yeah, here it is. It's in this cave, I think. Wait. Is it? I'm second guessing myself. Uh-oh. I think it's this one, actually. Yeah. Okay, let's go here and find out something. I'd like to make a connection that I don't think... Well, it's not that hard to make the connection to begin with, but I don't think I've seen a lot of people make the connection personally. So I'd like to go ahead and see if anybody else here has made this connection. We go ahead and fly over here to the area where we need to be. I remember seeing them here on my... whenever I was doing some research earlier. Here they are. This is a good one right here that I found. And you can even see these little things surrounding all of the mines were actually little capsules for these the mining constructs or little steward constructs or whatever these things were, these small ones. They would sit in this pedestal. And these pedestals are like these little lotus things, these capsules, half capsules. And if you actually look back at the spirit temple, the exact same one is found holding the maker constructs, the giant obelisk looking things. Where is it? I think it's, yeah, right here. I just went to the spirit temple. I don't think I meant to go there, but it works. Stream is great. Nice. I genuinely cannot find a source for what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely went to the wrong spot. Oopsie. Actually, no, this works. This works. This works. I can still do this. Okay, so these things right here, if you remember when you played the Spirit Temple, the Construct Factory, that's what it was. You would assemble a Maker Construct from one of these things. You would put the pieces in here, the left arm, the left leg, right leg, the body, and then boom, it would be done. I think it was just the legs and the arms, honestly. I think the body was already there. But if you go back in here, you can see that it's also that exact same lotus-like pattern. So it's another construct, like station, like a bay or something like that, a holding station. So they would deploy these little holding stations around mines and stuff like that. So I just thought that was a little cool detail that has absolutely nothing to do with the story that I wanted to tell y'all, but I wanted to just go ahead and make that connection because those little tiny constructs, like these things over here, these small guys, and these big ones, they both have their own little half lotus station. So I thought that was pretty cool. So that's what you see in the smaller mining facilities, the forgeries and stuff like that. Excuse me. Now we can get down to business. So let's go ahead and fly up to one of these floating sky islands, sky labyrinths actually, and I'll show you something cool. Something that I don't think a lot of people have noticed, because it's got a lot of implications. Very strange things. Okay, definitely got to rewarp. Every time that happens, I have to rewarp. Or not. I probably still do. We'll see if we can get away with it for now. Okay, so if you fly down here, underneath these giant floating parts of these sky islands, every now and then, find something interesting. Yeah, these right here. And this is refined zonite. These are actually underneath all of the pillars on the floating sky islands. You can see some of them that are broken off on the very end, and you can see some green stones sticking out of the bottom. And these green stones are basically what allows the levitation of objects to happen. So even these labyrinths are actually just straight up filled with this refined zonite. So there's no telling how long and how far back the history of Zonai and Zonite really goes, because these things, there's no telling how old these actually are. There's no telling what race actually built them, when they were built. But I just thought that was really cool, because underneath every single one of these large pillars, you can find it. Go ahead. Yeah, there we go. There's another giant chunk right here. And this is definitely 100% just straight up refined zonite ore. And here it is again, a little bit more. Some more right there. So yeah, as you can see, like on these major columns right here, they're just, or this thing is completely full of it, and that's why it's sitting there floating. Is there a lore reason as to why/how Skyloft stays suspended? I'm drawing a blank. Why it stays suspended? Honestly, there's a lot of things encapsulated within rock in Skyloft. So, like, whenever you do the Skyview Temple, not Skyview Temple, Sky Keep, or whatever it's called, the last one where you get the Triforce, the base of the Mother Goddess statue actually blows up, and then it reveals the temple. So that could be another thing. It's like something hiding underneath the rock on Skyloft, and it could just very well be Zonite, or, you know, it's Hylia. Hylia, or the gods, literally sent it up there themselves, so it could just be magic. Could just be straight up magic in the end of the day. But yeah. So you see this connection with Zonai and Zonite, and it's like, when does this start? When did they start actually having a connection with Zonite? Because that's the interesting key part here to figuring out the origins of the Zonai entirely. Because they say that they descended from the heavens in the mural. Here, deep below the surface, near, you know, where you start the game, that mural with the wall with telling of the story about the imprisoning war and stuff like that. They say that the Zonai descended from the sky, and they seemed like they were descended from gods, or the closest beings to the gods. And they brought gifts along with them, which was the secret stones. That was from the gods, apparently, that they were descended from. But it's like, how did they get up there in the first place? They had to have had Zonite in order to get up there, because all of their islands are literally made out of it. And you go to the Great Sky Island, and then underneath there, I can show you guys that basically all of their Sky Islands are floating with pillars filled with Zonite. And then everything else too. So it's not just the Great Sky Island, it's everything else. Let me go under here. This is what I was talking about. These pillars right here. I'm actually going to go ahead and get to where everything loads in. Yeah, at the bottom, here it is again. That green glowing Zonite ore that was found on the labyrinths in the sky as well. The same exact one. And this is a broken off piece of a pillar that, you know, the other ones are very, like, completed, like that one is over there. But this one has a chunk missing off the bottom of it. So you can actually see the interior of it. So it's the same green glowing color. And then you've got these Zonai devices right here, the hoverstones, which is the exact same color. The exact same material and everything. So it's definitely supposed to be the same stuff. So, I will go ahead and read to you the Zonai origin story. It's not 100% perfect, okay? I mean, there's a lot of things that are, I think, personally, that's wrong with it. So, don't take this as gospel or anything. It's not perfect. I didn't have a lot of time to really review it and second guess it. This is what I wrote in one sitting, one pass, so I didn't really even check it that much, but I think it's pretty cool. And I think it's got potential. It really does. We'll see what you guys think about it. Hopefully you guys won't be too mean. Let me go ahead and find it. Okay, there it is. Before I read it, I'm going to catch up on the chat. Find it interesting. Zonite seems to naturally be able to float. If it indeed has a similar origin to Luminous, you could say that the souls are trying to go into heavens and the islands stop them. See, the thing about the Zonite having a natural ability to float when struck, that's something that I'm about to... that's part of this theory, so keep that in mind. I love the look of Luminous stones. Yeah, they're really cool looking. I think the argument for that being Zonite suspending the islands is pretty solid. That seems accurate to me, especially given the hoverstones. Yeah, the hoverstones really send it home. Well, it's sort of like Superman's home planet, Krypton. After the planet blew up, they tend to all call all the debris kryptonite. So I guess that the people historic tend to call. I mean, yeah, that's a good theory. Small town. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. Alright, so here it is. Lo and behold, unseen Gossip Geist theory material heading your way. And it's structured to be a short, so it's going to be very compact and leave a lot of details out. Because I could definitely elaborate on a lot of this, but keep that in mind. So, once upon a time, in Tears of the Kingdom's very distant past, the depths used to be the original surface. Keep that in mind, the depths used to be the original surface, and the Zonai were among its many inhabitants. One day, man, I tell you what, my voice is about to explode. One day, an apocalyptic event occurred that caused them to flee from the surface. Meteors came crashing down all over the world that left nothing but devastation in its wake. To protect the people of the land, 3 Zonai rulers of owls, dragons, and boars underwent draconification, sacrificing themselves to shield those who stood below from the safety of their shadows from total annihilation. Overnight, their once beautiful homeland has become shattered, barren, and inhospitable. With nothing left to return to, the world they once knew has defeatedly rejected them. Seeking the means to continue the fight to live on, their greatest minds came together and met atop the brim of a crater belonging to one of the meteors that nearly extinguished them. Now, I think Zonite is actually a meteor shower. Zonite is an outer space material. And that's why, when you go back down to the surface, you can find in all of the mining areas, down in the holes, such as this place right here, why it looks like there's an impact site, and Zonite is actually embedded in the rock itself, which is very strange. I've always thought that was so weird whenever I played this game for the first time. I was like, that's weird. That immediately looks like a meteorite to me. And Zonite actually has a probable cause to be tied to a real-life actual meteorite stone called tektite. Tektite is a form of meteorite. It's a glossy, black, glassy material. And zonite is very reminiscent of that. See? As you can see, it looks like something was just crashing down and just slammed into here. And this is just a meteorite impact site. And this stuff is all over the depths. But then you've got a wrench in the machine. This just completely ruins the entire theory, is the fact that Froxes have zonite that naturally grow on their backs. So, that could either mean two things. One, the theory is completely wrong, which is fine. Or two, it could mean that Froxes are actually an alien themselves, that were an organism that came from those meteorites that impacted the surface. Frogs were not native to this planet, is basically what I'm saying. Like, they literally came off of the zonite meteors when it came to the surface. The depths that used to be the surface. Let me read the chat. The Zonai, godlike beings, the origins of the Zonite. Just keep in mind that was part 1. I'm implying that the Zonai, in order to survive, they used the very thing that almost extinguished them from existence, the Zonite meteorites, in order to leave the surface because of how inhospitable it was after the cataclysmic event occurred. And they used the, because it's literally came from space, Zonite did. And that's why it can float when being struck. And that's why it glows like this. I mean, look at this. How do you look at this and say that's not weird and alien-like? Like, that doesn't look like it came from outer space. How can you really say that? It's so weird looking. Looks like little craters that's like on a moon or an asteroid or something. But yeah, they harnessed the power of Zonite in order to actually leave the surface until it became habitable again. But in so doing, you've got the if the depths really was the original surface, then how did the actual surface, the modern day surface, come to existence? That's the problem. So like I said, there's a lot of things that I didn't really have time to double check and fact check and rewrite and just ponder on for a little bit longer. So that's a theory that I thought was pretty cool. Zonai originally came from the depths. It used to be a beautiful world down here. Something happened to it with a cataclysmic event, or somebody just came down and wrecked everything, which is why it's now the dark world and it's completely covered in darkness. And they had to flee, and that's why they came from the sky, because they went to the sky in the first place to leave the planet so that they could rehabilitate themselves later on. And that's why their numbers are so few. If you think about it, why are the Zonite themselves so close to extinction in the first place? If they are supposedly such godlike beings, why? And then why is Minoru supposedly constructing a bunch of maker constructs like bodies to potentially harness or like embed souls into, so that they can continue existing and they can continue the Zonai's existence by putting souls inside of these constructs to have like some sort of form of immortality so that they don't completely go extinct. They're so dangerously close to extinction because of the extinction event they experienced. That's why their numbers are so few in the first place. I think that when Zonai came down from the sky, there was not a lot of them, okay? There was probably like maybe more than a handful, maybe less. But I think that all checks out when it comes to that. And it also makes sense why you see these skeletons of these giant dark skeletons, the dragons, in the three corners of the world here. You see the skeleton down here. Yeah, the dark Gerudo skeleton. this giant dragon is because the ruler of boars over here draconified himself so that he could shield the people, his people standing beneath him, from these meteorites. And he died in the process. I mean, you're not, when you become a dragon, you become immortal, but you're not susceptible, you're not impenetrable from damage. So you can still be defeated, basically. You can live forever, but you can't just shrug off being hit in the skull by a meteorite 90 times. You know what I'm saying? So, let me read the chat. Okay, here we go. My only problem with thinking that's about that. Map of Hyrule includes that maybe Frox evolved to live on Zonite over time. Well, the Frox only eat bright bloom seeds for some reason, which is only found in the depths. So it's like Froxes are just weird, and they're one of the many things that kind of ruins the entire the entire theory a little bit. Let me read the next one. I like this meteorite theory, to be honest, but I also like the thinking of the mining creatures or constructs being forced to stop mining for whatever reason, leaving the ore exposed. Bridia loves your story, by the way, because she was sitting on my shoulder like a parrot. Hey, that's good. Give Maridia a pet for me. Always connected Zonite and Luminous Stone, like Luminous Stone saturated with soul energy from all the pose in the depths turned into Zonite. That was another connection that I actually wanted to make in my Luminous Stone video, was the connection between Luminous Stone and Zonite. If there is one, which there's not, unfortunately, that I can perceive. I mean, the colors on the interior right here and like the deepest bluest part, that is the only connection that I can visibly tell you that they have with Luminous Stone. Other than that, not really. I mean, Luminous Stone, Zonite glows no matter what time of day it is. So I actually tested that out. I went on the surface, I dropped a bunch of Zonite, even large Zonite. They glow anyway during the day, so, and they do not emit any light. So I tested that theory connection. I would like to say that it's just literally solidified souls. This is the strongest type of soul rock that there is, but I haven't really gotten enough evidence to say that, though. Concretely, at least. Let me see. I can tell that you don't want to reveal because you're enjoying this name guessing too much. Yeah, just keep guessing my name. I know that it's not a very uncommon name, I'll give you that. My name is not uncommon. It's very common, actually, for guys. So, I'll give you that hint. Let me see. I can definitely buy the outer space meteorite theory. Can we play Four Swords? My girlfriend doesn't have a Switch online, so she can't play. Four Swords is fun. Now that it's on the Switch, you can actually play with other people, finally, so that's pretty cool. Baby Frogs. Yeah, the baby frogs only eat Bright Bloom, yeah. I think if you actually shoot a Bright Bloom seed over in front of a large frox, they will also eat it. What did the Hero of the Wild set move to the depths? That's the thing. That's the thing right there. Like, why is all of the amiibo stuff and that set down here now? Like, that makes no sense. I seriously think that Tears of the Kingdom is just an altered timeline completely. Something weird is happening with Tears of the Kingdom. It could also just be the developers did not care at all when they put those items down here. They just didn't care. They didn't think about the implications whatsoever, which I wouldn't doubt it. Let me see. Bright blooms are only found in caves, not the depths. Yeah, well, caves and the depths, it's kind of hand in hand. Oh yeah, you were right. You're right about that. Yeah, they are only found in caves, and they're actually not found down here at all. I actually completely forgot about that. That's a good point. So how do Froxes eat bright bloom seeds? Like, only that. And they're from the surface. The cave is on the surface, at least. Why are they not down here, is what I'm saying, I guess. Very strange. And what did I miss? I watched Doctor Who. It's a good show. You missed a good theory. Well, I hope it was. You'll have to tell me about that one. You have rate my theory 1 through 10. Was it pretty bad or was it pretty good? Let me see. Sorry for talking about something completely different while you're talking, guys. I know it makes chat hard to read. Yeah, I'm just watching the conversations y'all are having. I have no idea what's going on with that. It seems like a battle's going on. It's all good, though. Hope you're not getting confused. Oh, you're good. Y'all have a good time. This is a whole, this is the point of this stream, for everybody to theory craft. So, do not feel bad. Let me see. Matthew. Let me go ahead and check out something. Pulling up a theory real quick. I think I have a theory, another one. Very big, I think. I actually don't. Huh. I swore I had one more. Okay. So that whole meteorite theory, I mean, it kind of ties into the last short that I just released, my most recent one. With the Zonite being found on the Great Sky Island. So if Zonite literally only exists in the depths, then how does it exist on the Great Sky Island in that one tiny area of land? It's either had to have come from the depths originally, a long time ago, or it was there for tutorial purposes, for the, you know, to teach the player, this is what Zonite ore looks like, and this is what you can do with it. I wouldn't doubt it if it was tutorial purposes, but then again, it's like, it's not found anywhere else in the sky. So what's going on there? So if Zonite came, if the meteorite theory really is real, then it would make sense why Zonite is found on that one part in the Great Sky Island. Because the Zonite, embedded Zonite in chunks of land that used to be in the depths in order to ascend to the sky in the first place. So that's how that makes sense, and that's how that ties into that recent short that I just made. Meteorite theory 7 out of 10. Thank you. I'll take it. 7 out of 10 is not bad. Clover and I are attempting to guess Gossip's name, but thus far are unsuccessful. Yep, we got to keep trying. I know you're going to get it. It's not that bad. It's pretty common. No. Zonite and bright blooms in the same piece of land is actually really interesting and confusing. Yes, it is. That's actually a pretty good observation that Larulian pointed out to me, because I completely just skipped my mind for some reason that you can only find bright bloom in a cave on the surface or on sky islands. And why do Froxes only eat bright bloom seeds? I have absolutely no idea. It seems like they were built to consume light. Like, that's the only thing they eat. Which makes me think that Froxes are just literally entities of darkness that don't like the light. And that's why there's no light down here at all. Other than these, you know, these things are not organic and not edible. Lanterns. Because, you know, even weird eldritch abomination aliens got to eat. And there's not a pack of Doritos for 3 billion miles, so they got to snack on a glowing plant. See. Matt? Trevor? Nope. Keep guessing. Remembering the time I died because I lost focus for 10 minutes in a boss fight. You lost focus for 10 minutes? How'd that happen? What were you doing? And what boss fight? 11 out of 10 when it comes to your theory, buddy. Hey, thank you. I've got some errands and chores to do, so I've got to be off. Later, gossip guys. Hey, thank you for joining, Lorulian. It's been fun having you in here, man. I really appreciate it when anybody joins, so I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Good having some theorists in here. Think the light hurts their eyes? Yeah, they do have one eye. Eyes are very sensitive to the light. I guess it would make sense if they don't like the light. I'd rather hear you than the Burlington Coat Factory commercial. Well, was that an ad that you got or something? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty agreeable. I'd rather hear literally anything else besides that. Bradley, Sean, nope. Chris, nope. Wrong. You're gonna get it soon, though. I don't know how I lost focus, and it was the Gordon. The Gordon boss fight? You fought against Gordon Ramsay, my man? Or are you talking about Gorons? If you fought against Gordon Ramsay, I can understand losing focus for 10 minutes. That guy is an absolute monster. But if you're talking about the Goron boss fight, are you talking about the big spider rock thing? The final boss in the fire temple? There you go. Yeah, there you go. The Goron boss fight. Now everybody is getting involved. This is great. Hey, if everybody jumps in on the train, y'all are going to guess it real quick. Don't worry, Soups. I get you. But yeah, the final thing that I wanted to bring up is the connection with the depths and the dark world in A Link to the Past and the light roots. That one, the second to last one that I just uploaded. This place is cursed, that one. Let me see, there's a light root over here. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, screw it. I'll just go to this one. No worries. Based on my observations of the ancient heroes' carnivorous biology, what do you think they ate if they're depth-spaced creatures? They probably ate each other. They probably ate each other. I don't see a single thing down here that's edible. Actually, what's interesting about that is the Yiga that are down here, they said that literally nothing down here is edible at all, to Hylians at least. So that's interesting. That's an actual confirmed fact in one of the Yiga journals that you find down here. They just say, yeah, there's nothing that you can eat down here. They had to bring their own food to survive. So that's pretty cool. If they're carnivorous, then yeah, they probably just straight up ate each other. They ate the weak. Cannibals is more like it. Read the rest of the chat before I get into this. Big spider rock? Yeah, okay, so the Goron boss fight. The meteorite theory is like the type of theory I like to see because it brings a new interpretation of events to the table. Yeah, that's why I thought about it that way, because I think it's refreshing to think about it in that way. Like the Zonai just not being people from Skyloft that just evolved for a long period of time. That they literally came from the depths that used to be the surface, and then something happened to them to where they went to the sky. I just like to look outside of the box when it comes to like how something came to be, instead of immediately believing and just sticking to one theory, because it makes things a little bit boring. I like to mix things up a bit, if you like to call it that. Let me see. This is quite fun. Gregory, nope. Even if there are no fun Andes who don't like theory crafting, I was enjoying it. Absolutely. Hey, that's the fun of it. Theory crafting is fun in and of itself. Dude, how are you going upwards without losing stamina? You talking about like this? You talking about like that, huh? You see something you don't like? You see something strange? Well, that's because it is strange. I do have some modifications on right now. That's why I have a lot of stuff that I use to capture the footage that I capture. And you're only seeing like a couple of them every now and then, and that's one of them. Just infinite jump. I've got like God mode, I've got ignore weather, I've got the ability to move, manipulate weather and time and stuff like that. So, yeah. Let's see. Richard. Nope. It's hilarious. You guys are trying your best to name me. Not happening. But I know that you've got it in you. Anyway. Can't get any of that on the Switch. Yeah, the Switch, well actually you can. Because Ultracam that I use right here, this is Ultracam, the free camera tool. It's a modification that you can actually, it actually does work on the Nintendo Switch itself. So you could actually get these modifications. It would just require a little tampering. And that's not that's not PG-13 according to Nintendo. So let's not go into that realm. So I wonder how / were the zone I entered. Well, where the zone I entered and left the depths. We know there's the big pillars for ascend out, but entering must have been covered up since I don't see any other way. Yes, that's exactly it. That's another thing that I observed too, is the ascend pillars that you can go up, but how do they get down? And that's the weird part. The only other entrance is below the Castle of Hyrule. But, I mean, it could have been collapsed. There could be tunnels and stuff like that that led elsewhere in the depths. Naturally, but it could have been collapsed because of the calamities and all that. But, as far as I know, the only other entrance before the upheaval happened was the Yiga area, the giant hole where Koga fell down right here. Actually, was that it? It's not the hole. This is the hole right here. Yeah, the natural giant hole that didn't actually go anywhere in Breath of the Wild, but does now in Tears of the Kingdom. So Koga fell down that hole. And that actually was the first actual... It wasn't even a chasm, it was like man-made. So that was the only other entrance, other than the actual area below the castle that the king was aware of. Elliot, Jack or John, getting close. Soup, getting close. Jordan, uh-oh, all these J's coming in. It's gotten me spooked. Alex, nope. Nope, no Alex. Wrong. Harry is wrong. Maybe the zone I had Descend too, but Rauru forgot to give it to Link. Right. Rauru has demonstrated his knowledge. He's not very knowledgeable on his own race, apparently, so he may be slacking. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, the Construct Factory has an entrance, right? Well, it kinda does, but it didn't really work. Because you needed to go from the Sky Island first, because the owl mask activated the elevator down, I believe. So without that, you wouldn't have had the access to the depths. But yeah, there was that. The Zonai would be able to go there, but no one else would. Uh-oh. Let me read the chat. There's also Tobio's Hollow. Yeah, that one. That would be very funny if true. Let's see here. What's that name? Gel-like? Gel-like? Is I'm saying that right? Let me know in the chat if I'm pronouncing Gel-like your name correctly. I would like to dress you specifically, because you might have just stumbled upon something big. Johnson, Jackson, Jamie, nope. Julia, nope. Alright, so Jalike. Looks like you got the name right. Everybody give it up for Jalike. My name is James. So, there you go. A name reveal. Yay! So, yeah. Good old James. One of the most common male names on Earth. I actually worked with people in a warehouse where there was like 10 different Jameses. It was funny as like they would go on the intercom, James, I need you to this area, and I was like, every time we were all like, which one, or all of us would show up. So you gotta be differentiating here. Hi James. Yeah, how you doing? What's going on, everybody? James the Joseph Geist. Feel like it was dangerous doing a name reveal. I should have stayed silent. Oops. But yeah, you guys rightfully called it. I stayed to my word. Let's see. Best I do one. My name is Matthew, not Soup. Are you sure you want to be called Matthew over Soup? If my name was Soup, Supreme Soup, I would be saying my name is Soup every day of the week. Gossip Geist. We are a bunch of sleuths. Yeah, y'all did pretty good. Hey, look who's still going. What's going on, Wiz? What's up, man? So they just figured out my name. Everybody finally guessed my name. We got Jalike, the champion here. That's an absolute psychic. He got it. Yeah, I'm sure if you scroll up in the chat, you'll find out real quick what my name is. I can't remember. Did I ever tell you what my name was, Wiz? When we were talking? I'm pretty sure I did. I can't remember. I know the Commonwealth Realm, he knows my name. When we collaborated, I talked to him. He's very formal. Very professional. He's on a name-by-name basis, like, very professional. He likes to talk to people and address them by name instead of, you know, their handle. See, which is pretty cool. I like that. I like that. Very nice. Straight to business. Very good. Very good. Had a great hike. Hey, who doesn't love a little gossip Geist lore? That's right. I heard you saying your name. I heard you saying your name coming in. No, you didn't tell me. Well, I could have swore I told you. I could have swore there was 2 people that knew my name. I could have been wrong. I thought it was you and Commonwealth Realm. With how much you actually know, how much we've talked, I'm surprised that I actually didn't tell you my name. That's very strange. But there you go. My brother's also a James, and sat beside a friend named James in math class, and his teacher was cross-eyed, so they just traded whenever she asked a question. Yeah, us Jameses stick together. Get y'all. Get out of here. Alright. Cleaned up the mess. It's fine. And I respected that. Honestly, just call me Matt. I actually know a couple of Matthews that go by Matt. That's pretty cool. I know enough info about you that I will under no circumstances divulge. I mean, hey. I mean, it's not really that... it's not really that bad. It doesn't really give away too much, but thank you. Yeah, they figured out my name, so I rightfully said, alright, I conceded. Y'all win. You got it. You got the best of me. I gave him the win. I gave him a name reveal. But I think that's about it. And it's probably just gonna stay that way. Because, we just got done talking about the theory that I had. Wiz, by the way. After this stream is done, the whole video will be available to watch again. So, I actually did a professional, a somewhat professional, reading of my unreleased theory on the origin of the Zonai. So if anyone that's joined right now hasn't seen that, just look forward to seeing that after the stream ends and the video goes up. See. With that, I still want to call you Brian, though. Hey, you can call me whatever you want. Let's see, discretion is important in this biz. Absolutely. I'm gonna call you Soup 2. You're gonna call me Soup 2? Hey, Soup 2? I'll take it. Soup is number 1, but I will be Soup 2. All day, every day. I'm gonna go ahead and warp over here so I can talk about that other short that I released, because I meant to do that. That's why I went over to that light route in the first place, but I just got off track, because Jalike over here got my name right. So, I had to focus on that real quick. But yeah, the theory that I had about the depths being covered in an entire blanket of darkness. And that is why you see lush vegetation like this suddenly appear around the base of a light route. And actually, whenever you first visit an unactivated light route, like I have all of them activated in the game right now, so I can't show this, like all of them are turned on. But before you activate a light route, the little sand, like you can see the sand right here on the ground. The sand is like very, very small. And it's only confined to this small circle right here in the middle, where the teleportation pad is. And once you activate a light route, the sand expands all the way out here. And I think the reason for that is because the light only works directly below, because that's where the light literally is. It's like directly below the light route. And it's shining straight down. Once you turn a light route on, then the blanket of darkness erases and expands outwards to let the light layer back in. And that's why the sand expands as well. And then at the base of the sand around the light route, you got this lush vegetation that's found on the surface. And I think that this also plays a part in the darkness blanket being erased. Like, literally, if you just imagined a layer of darkness like as a blanket that's being placed over top of the depths, and you like imagine picking that blanket up and pulling it off of the ground. This is what's underneath the ground, what you're seeing right here, or what's underneath that blanket. Like the depths probably looks as beautiful, green, luscious, and vegetation and lifelike as the surface, only underneath that blanket of darkness. So once that's erased, then you get stuff that look like this. So that's why I think that the surface, or this used to be the surface at some point, which also ties back into that theory about my origin of the Zonai with the meteorites and stuff like that. Read the chat. Yeah, if you haven't seen Wiz Catches Lightning's videos, go ahead and visit his channel, check him out. He makes some great stuff. We work together on a couple videos. So go ahead and check out his channel. He's awesome, man. He's a good YouTuber. Given your meteorite theory, how do you think the Zonai made the ceiling to the depths? Well, that's the thing. That's the other thing that really does throw a wrench into the whole theory. Because that doesn't really make sense to me. maybe they sealed it up or something like that, because why would they, if they wanted to re-inhabit the planet at some point, then they would not want to come back down to the poo-poo area. That was that was uninhabitable, no longer inhabitable by anybody sane at least. So they just, I don't know, they terraformed the whole planet pretty much and said, here's the new one. We're just gonna wait until stuff starts growing on it. See you guys in several thousand years when it looks nice again. But I think that the fact that the depths is covered by an entire layer of earth really does bring me back to the theory about the Koroks in the Wind Waker planting trees and planting forests and stuff like that. And the Deku tree literally says in the Wind Waker that the entire purpose of the Koroks doing that in the first place is so that those trees that they're planting will expand over time into large forests, and the land masses will also expand as well along with them, because the trees they're planting are seeds from the Great Deku Tree and they're magical. So the land masses that the trees are planted on will also expand. And he says that it will eventually one day, all of the islands that those seeds are planted on will connect again, and it will completely cover the entire Great Sea. And that's what I think the depths is. The depths is the old Hyrule washed over. I mean, if you really want my genuine opinion and theory about this, I think that the depths is literally just the old Hyrule that we used to know in the adult timeline. I still firmly believe that Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild take place in the adult timeline, even though it has very huge connections with the other timelines, obviously. But I still think somehow it's supposed to fit into the adult timeline. There's a lot of contradictions with that, of course, like I said, but, you know, I still do believe that. Check the chat. The zone clearly grazed like wild goats at the light route. Hey, I wouldn't put it past them. They're very goat-like. Goats will eat anything, though. You give them a pair of boxers, and they'll inhale that stuff. Fresh pair of Hanes, or Fruit of the Looms. My parents thought I was listening to an AI when... Your parents thought you were listening to an AI when you were watching my videos? Like my videos? I mean, I've gotten that so many times. I said this in the last live stream, but there's a guy that watched my stuff. He was a very early on watcher of my videos, and he would say every single time I release something, is this guy AI generated, or am I listening to a robot, an android? It's hilarious. Like, no, I just have a very weird voice. I always thought it was funny. I always love hearing those jokes about me being an AI. It's funny to me. Because I personally believe you. Like, I would believe I was an AI if I was listening to my videos. Let's see. Too kind, Gossip Guys. I can't promise Zelda content because I don't have the tenacity to stick to one series. I am jonesing about Echoes of Wisdom. Nice. Hey, anything that Wiz Catches Lightning puts out is a gem. So subscribe to Wiz Catches Lightning, everybody. Will my name stay on the ending credits? I'm just afraid that you're going to remove it. I mean, like I said, I give people a very long grace period. So if you resubscribe at some point, I mean, I actually don't know. I might remove it eventually, just being honest. But as of right now, you've done so much for this channel. I think you just secured yourself by gifting, like, what did you do? 5? You gifted 5 people memberships last stream, and I think that pays for your membership for the next 5 months, in my opinion. So hey, I think that you're good to go for quite a long time. You're going to be name dropped on this stream for a while. Okay, so that's how I like to roll. Whenever somebody donates or something like that, or becomes a member, or gifts anything, or supports the channel in any way, shape, or form, I like to retaliate with a gift of my own. Whatever is equivalent to whatever that person did. Like, if they donated like $5, well, suddenly you're an absolute Bonafide legend. You're name dropped just like every other Bonafide legend. If you gift memberships, blah, 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 it's the same thing. So I like to give to people that give to me in any way that I can. Even if they don't even become a member, I still consider them. I try to put them in the credits and stuff like that whenever they do something equivalent to becoming that warrants that reward or whatever you want to call it. Let me see. Hey, autocorrect, it changes vids to kids. Yeah, it does. It does that to me a lot too. It's really, really weird and annoying. And Goron to Gordon. That is very annoying, and I can understand your frustration. Because the Geist is just disciplined about his script reading. I am. When I read a script, I don't just sit, I don't like, yeah, so we do this, and yeah, I don't do that. I don't half-ass script reading. I definitely believe that. I'm gonna fight the Goron. I'm gonna fight the Gordon fight and try Outlook Chosen One. While in chat, if you have a channel, how can you turn your name back and put a check mark next to it? Like, what do you mean by that? In the chat, if you have a channel, how can you turn your name black and put a check mark next to it? Are you talking about like a verified channel? Because I think you have to reach, I think it was a threshold of 50,000 or 100,000 subscribers in order to be verified. But that's with the check mark next to your name. But I think that number has been very strange, because I've seen people with like barely any subs. Oh, there's an ad? Man, all right, I'm going to turn that off. Hold on. I'm going to delay ads. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I delayed them. So y'all are good from ads. The boogeyman is gone for a while. Yeah, anyway, yeah, in order to become verified on YouTube, it's very strange. It's topsy-turvy. It's not really set in stone because, like I said, their YouTube straight up says you need to have a specific number of subs in order to, what was it, become verified, to request to become verified. Like I said, I've seen like, people with 10,000 subs or less have the check mark next to their name somehow. I guess it's just because of how long they've been on the channel or something like that. There's a lot of variability that comes to it. 100K to get verified. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's a lot of subs to be verified. But some people really sneak that system somehow. They probably just have friends with YouTube or something like that. Somebody that works there that does them a solid or something. Anyway, Chat Nation, how you doing? I haven't seen any ads yet. Weird. Well, whenever an ad plays, it's given to random people. Like, not everybody will see the ads whenever an ad drops. Like, it's just completely randomized who sees them. So you probably getting super lucky. So apparently several ads have dropped and I've completely missed them. But I just hit the delay button so that y'all won't see any ads for a little while. If my name was actually Soup and I ate soup, would it be cannibalism? Nope. You'd just be the smartest person on the planet. I know we've got Dr. Marbel. He's another one of my Bonafide legend members. He is somebody with the name of Dr. Marbel, Doctor of Marbles. That's also one of the smartest people on the planet. Let's see. Yeah, what's going on, Chat Nation? How you doing? Yeah, if you have premium, you don't see ads either. So that's a huge benefit. I actually got a free trial, like for 3 months or something like that. Yeah, I think I got a 3-month free trial to for YouTube Premium one time, and it was oh man, it was so nice not seeing ads ever on YouTube videos. Period. So refreshing. But it's not worth paying that much money to see no ads, in my opinion. It's really not, especially if you don't use all of YouTube Premium's features like the YouTube Music and stuff like that. I seriously think that they should separate YouTube Music from YouTube Premium's subscription and make them completely separate from each other. That way the price is not so inflated, because I don't care about YouTube Music at all. I won't use it ever, but I do care about having no ads. So I would pay for that if that was by itself, its own thing. Let's see. Thank you. No problem, Jonsey G. You're always going to be a legend in my opinion. Still chatting, still good. I've had Premium for many years and I will never go back. Yeah, it's nice. It's absolutely nice having Premium for when you have it. Because you even get little bonuses every now and then for having Premium. They give you, like, sometimes... Apparently even SwaggMasta said that they gave him a free... a one-time free membership or something like that. I can't remember if it was just 1 or 3, but you could become a member of anyone's channel for free. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. Just for having YouTube Premium, they give you stuff like that every now and then. I'm the only person in my friend group without TikTok, and I'm proud of that. Hey, I don't have TikTok either, and I'm proud of that too. You're not alone. This is a good time to remind everyone to consider joining Geist's Discord server if you're looking for a neat place to talk about Zelda. Hey, I couldn't have said it better myself, Wiz. Yeah, Zelda theorists are going crazy in the Discord server right now over Echoes of Wisdom. Chatting it up, making it nice and rowdy in there. Like to hear it, like to see it. An image in my mind I love is Ancient Hero Link riding the Master Cycle. Yeah, that'd be awesome. The whole Master Cycle thing is very strange, but it does come from his era, after all. Which... that would actually happen. It probably did. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. If y'all want to listen to some techno music, try Kraftwerk. It's brilliant. Why join that Discord? I have my Discord server linked in my channel. If you go to my channel, and let me go ahead and just pull that up. Hold on just a second. Pull my channel up real quick. Okay. So, if you guys go over here to my channel and you click on these links right here, and 4 more links, you can see my Discord channel right here, Discord server invite link. So you can go ahead and click on that to join the channel. I also have it linked in every single one of my videos as well in the video description. So if you want to join the channel, you can do it that way. See. Anyway, yeah, the techno music. I'm a man of many genres. I listen to a lot of stuff, even stuff like techno, heavy metal, rock, you name it. Classical. I listen to anything. So as long as it's got a good rhythm, good beat, I'm all about it. Yeah, TikTok can kick rocks. Give power back to your attention spans, gang. Absolutely. TikTok is melting the brain. Yeah, it's in the description too. I'll probably join it sometime today. Nice. Yeah, if you are a member on this channel, then you do get exclusive access to Discord roles for being a member. You get access to membership only Discord channels as well, chat channels for members only. I think there's one more thing. You get Discord roles for being a member, specific ones, and then you get a Discord icon as well for, you know, according to your rank. Like if you're a Heroes Shade member, you get a Heroes Shade emblem and all that. So it'd be pretty cool to have some more people join the server. I'd love it. Right now I've only got 44 subs, so I'm a very small fish in an extremely large pond. The small fish have the most potential. The large fish are large for a reason. They have grown and they will no longer grow. Okay? Maybe, of course, your YouTube channel, you're just going to keep growing over time unless somebody hates you. Unless everybody hates you and your channel dies or something like that. But the smallest fish always have the most potential. Keep that in mind. But what books are you reading, Wiz? Gossip Geist, if you decide to give someone a wrench, they can also post links for you. That's a good point. I actually have no idea how to do that. I closed out that window that could give people wrenches. Oops. Making mistakes over here. Oh well. Yeah, I'll have to think about that in a sec. You have people moderation support. I don't even know who would be a mod. I can't the way I am, I can't expect other people to just be in my stream whenever I feel like streaming and all that, and I'm not all about wrangling people and keeping them up, tying them up and stuff like that, but maybe one day I'll have a moderator or two that can do stuff like that. Let me see. Oh yeah, I just read another book. I was gonna DM, but since I'm here, are you one framing your shorts to get thumbnails? Yes, I am. I am actually, it's like 5 to 30 frames that I'm doing, depending on how long the short is, and how much free time, how much free space I've got to work with. But yeah, I'm putting a custom thumbnail in my shorts in my video editor, and then I'm uploading it, and then people that watch the short right away might notice it, because at the very last section of my shorts, you can see a really quick glimpse of the custom thumbnail if you watch it fresh, right when it gets uploaded. But yeah, I go on the editor in YouTube, and then I trim that those frames out, so it's no longer in the short. So yeah, that's how I do it. Jonsey, I'm at 0. We all gossip-ites. You could be. I've been trying to think of a name. For everybody. Like Gossip Gang, I don't know about that. I want to go for something else, like the Graveyard or something like that. The Ghouls. I'm not sure what to call y'all. Let me see some suggestions in the chat. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull that back up. I did not mean to minimize that. I need that up here running so I can see the stats. But yeah, what do you guys want to be called? Gossip-ites? You guys want to be Gossip Gang? Give me some ideas. And once I get enough ideas, I'll run a poll and see what everybody likes. The gossip mongers, the soup theorists. I don't know. Soup theorists already looking pretty good. Give everyone mod privileges and watch the chaos reign in. Yeah, that sounds like an awful time. Everybody be banning each other. Click the overflow menu next to someone's chat comment and make moderator. See. Yeah, I think I see what you're talking about. I might make somebody a moderator in like one of my future streams. I think right now we're just chilling. Let's see. Gossip Stones, I guess. Not bad. Just regular old straight up Gossip Stones. Gossip Goons. Geislings. I don't know. Goons sounds a little too derogatory. Y'all aren't goons, are you? Paw Patrol, Stones, Gossip Gang. Yeah, Gossip Gang does flow off the tongue a lot smoother than pretty much anything else I've come up with. Paw Patrol is pretty cool. I actually quite like that one. That's pretty unique. I think that works better than my pathetic attempt at making a group out of it. Gossip-ites is not bad either. It sounds pretty similar to Gossip Bites, like my actual video style. if Soup Supreme, the soup theorist, is supreme. You're blowing my mind. Gossip Gang works. Click or a clique of gossips. Calling fans Gorons would be kind of funny because of the stone entomology. Stoners? Gossip Greens? Y'all are getting exotic with these names. Let me check. I'm gonna try to rack my brain real quick. While y'all try to come up with a name, I'm gonna try to think. So I think there was at least one more thing I wanted to talk about. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Well, I do have things in the works. I'll just put it like that. I do have things in the works that I am absolutely dying to reveal to everybody. Everyone that's watching right now, like, would be absolutely the most blessed people on the planet. The luckiest people on Earth. If I had just suddenly revealed what I have cooked up so far. Because I do have still that major, massive passion project video that I've been working on. That I've finally able to work on it again. Because the original idea, the reason why I released those shorts in the way that I did, was because I had so many ideas for all of my observations when I played Tears of the Kingdom. I had so many ideas about the Zonai, about everything weird that I noticed, and I still got a lot more. Trust me, there's more. You should see my Zonai notes, trust me. Like, I wanted to make an entire video. If you remember, let me just go ahead and open this up real quick. I can show you guys what I'm talking about on my channel. Pull up this video, and this one. If you remember watching, this is members only, by the way. That's a bonus video. This bonus video version has 2 entire chapters that do not exist originally in the the main version, the public version. So if you're a member of the channel, you get access to this bonus version of this video with content that I couldn't include because it didn't really fit in with the rest of the theories that I was going with in the main video. But they were still cool, so I wanted to add them and give something back to the members. But yeah, if you watch this video right here, this isn't their Hyrule, or what's going on with Tears of the Kingdom. This is all about the Sheikah technology. I wanted to make another video in the same vein as this, except all about the Zonai and their technology, and what's going on with the Zonai. That's what the video was going to be. I had so much stuff stored up about the Zonai that I was going to talk about and make a whole video about, but I just don't have the time because I do have, unfortunately, I do have bills to pay, so I had to put something out, and I just basically was like, okay, well, I'll just cut them down, unfortunately. I mean, I'd like to elaborate on these a little bit more in my videos because I still do get people in my comments that are kind of confused as to what I'm trying to say. It's an unfortunate side effect of having to work with 60-second long shorts, but it is what it is. But yeah, I wanted to have a big video about the Zonai, and I still might. I've still got plenty to work with, but, you know, that's just what it is. That's the reason why I released those 5s, because it's been a while since I've been able to release anything and give y'all something to watch. So I wanted to give y'all something. But, anyway, I do have the entire intro, my passion project, finished. And it's basically a teaser trailer that I could show, but I don't know if I should, because I'm still trying to work on it. Because I scripted all 5 of those shorts, and then I immediately voiced them out all 5 of them. And then I edited those shorts every day, in 1 day in advance, and I released the short that I edited the next day. And I would edit them every single day, all 5 days of the week, and release them in the next week. So I've been very busy, preoccupied doing that, and I haven't really had time because of that to work on my passion project video. But now I do. Now I do. So the progress can continue. We catch up on the chat. Giddy gossipers, a gaggle of gossips. A gaggle. Always like that word, gaggle. A gaggle of geese. This is definitely the way to go for your group of people. My channel name for our group is the Jonsey Nation, in case anybody was wondering. The Jonsey Nation. A nation of legends, huh? Soup theorists? Bargainer statues are part of Hylia. They are. They're a mirror image of Hylia. Let them cook. We already are. Bro, I don't watch shorts or TikTok yet. Of the attention span of a goldfish. I don't blame you. Shorts? Personally, shorts are not for me. I don't watch any shorts except for like the people that I'm subscribed to. But I don't go anywhere outside of that. Shorts are not my cup of tea, if you will. Definitely attend every stream that you have, so if you want to give me a wrench, wanted to let you know that I'm offering my services. Absolutely. Span. Let me go ahead and delay ads again. Just reminded me. Maybe we could be called Gossip Pose. Gossip Pose. Gossip Pose. Gossip Guardians. Looking forward to your mystery project. What's up, JP Zilla? Yeah, the whole mystery project that I'm working on right now has just been the way it needs to be scripted is something else. It's different. I'm not scripting it in the way that typically should be done. It's basically it's being scripted as if you're scripting around not even the story, you're scripting around the music. You're scripting around the experience, the entire emotion that's being conveyed through the footage you're watching and everything you're hearing. I'm scripting around that. And that is difficult. Because you can only script so much. And you have to know exactly what to write in that exact second that you're watching it. And it's very difficult. You have a lot of revisions that you have to do. Like I've rewritten entire sections so many times. It's crazy. So it's a very linearly written experience from start to finish. You're writing the video, you're writing for the video as if the video already exists, and you're writing it after the fact, which is very backwards. You're supposed to script it and then make the video based on the script, not write the script based on the video, which is, as you can probably tell from just hearing that, it might be a little wonky, weird. Personally, I think soup theorists are soup stones. Supreme. Soup theorists. You know, I actually do have a running joke in my videos. Sometimes whenever I do my green screening, I do appear out of a cauldron of soup. A lot of the time. So that tells you right there, I am a soup connoisseur. I'm a soup enjoyer. Anytime that I can pop out of a bowl of soup in one of my videos through a green screen, you know what's going to happen. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to your passion project and can't wait to see what you've come up with. Sounds difficult. It's really interesting. The most difficult projects are the most worthwhile though, so I'm even more excited for it. Yeah, I'm going over and beyond with this script. The editing, it's definitely something. This is the biggest project I've done ever, and it's gonna hopefully show when it's done. I mean, I'm not trying to set expectations at all, because it could be underwhelming, it could be mediocre to anyone. It could be perceived as something that's like crap, pretty much in the eyes of some. So I'm not setting like, oh wow, this is like the most amazing thing you've ever seen. It's just the most amazing thing I've ever done. So there's your expectation of reality right there. Love those edits. Thank you. Yeah, I always have a blast. Anytime that I can find an opportunity to do some weird, funny green screen stuff, I'll always do it. Join the suit army. Get in. There's plenty enough room in a cauldron full of soup for everybody. Just go ahead and change up the scenery because it's kind of dreary and dull here. Let me see. Just like everyone else, I'm very much looking forward to this project. Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy it whenever it finally does drop. And just to let everyone know, I do fully intend on releasing a teaser of the video for my members in advance. And I might even release the video a day early for my members as well, so that they can watch it in peace, I guess. I don't know. Y'all have been waiting for it for a long time, so I think that rightfully, and y'all have been helping me, supporting the channel and all that, making this a possibility to even spend this amount of time making a video. So I think that rightfully you guys deserve to see it first. So if anyone decides to become a member on this channel, there you go. There's a nice benefit. Something to look forward to, something enticing. But like I said, it's just going to be a day early, so it's not going to be like, you know, regular viewers are going to miss out or anything. Y'all are going to get to see it. Trust me. Y'all will not miss out. Love your videos, Gossip Geist. I hope your channel never dies, man. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope it doesn't die. I hope it doesn't die either. Let's just say that. What matters is that the project feels important enough to you to make it passionately, my dude. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the entire reason why I decided to make it in the first place, is because for the longest time, I mean, I'm talking before the channel was even created, I wanted to make this video. And I just didn't want to make it until I knew I could make it. But even now it's difficult, and it's making me double think myself, like maybe I should hold off on it, because it's definitely, the editing is something. It's different. But yeah, I'm not here in this region for no reason, so you know. I guess I can give you all that. That little bit of a teaser, I guess. Actually, you know what? Here's something else. I'll give y'all a little bit more. Soak in the scenery here while you still can. It might have something to do with something. It's retracted. So yeah, why do you think Skyward Sword Link is wandering around in Gerudo Town? Who knows? Nah, man, don't hold off. And unless you want to, we all will enjoy it. May the soup gods be with you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the encouragement. It's really helpful, because I'm very, very, very critical of the things that I make. I'm very strict when it comes to, like, I'm very pessimistic, I guess, when it comes to the things that I make, because I think it's not good enough, or I could do something else. I could do something better, is what I meant to say. Or this isn't good enough, blah, blah, blah. So I'm really harsh when it comes to the things that I do, and it kind of makes me wonder if I should do it at all, until I can actually do it justice. You know what I'm saying? Suddenly I'm excited. Now you should be. And I spent all my guesses trying to figure out your name. Hey, when you watch my stuff, you're gonna be guessing for life. You gotta have more guesses than that. I do like the group names y'all gave me, by the way. The Poe Patrol was pretty cool. Gossip Gang. That's always gonna feel nice. Saying it just rolls right off the tongue. So I'll be thinking about those. Did Skyward Sword Link become the ancestor of the Gerudo? Not quite. Not quite. But he was definitely involved. I don't know, maybe Goose, Bully one morphed there. All my brain power was invested in guessing your name. Yeah, y'all went crazy trying to figure my name out. Y'all gotta recuperate for a little while, I guess. But yeah, so this is a pretty good teaser, what I'm trying to work on. I think Wiz, I sent him a screenshot of the unfinished intro, like the timeline on my video editor, and it's finished now. It's like halfway done whenever I sent him that picture, so he kind of knows what the intro sort of looks like. But now it's completely finished. Now I actually have that intro exported, and I could potentially play it on the stream right now, but I want to give the members something nice. So, I don't know. Whenever I want to give y'all something nice, I really just want to do it because I love my viewers so much. No! I think I just delayed ads. I think I just delayed them. Let me know if anybody just got an ad. Because I don't know if I got that in time. It was like literally 1 second left. Yeah, I love my viewers too much. Y'all are gonna break my heart. Not giving y'all something nice. Did hear somewhere that Groose moved to the Gerudo. You heard correct. You heard correct. Trying to figure this one out. Maybe because it was my guess, but I'm partial to gossipites. Anything's on the table. I did hear somewhere that... Oh yeah, that's what I read just a second ago. Something Lanera Region's Skyward Sword. Perhaps. Perhaps. Don't worry, chat. I still don't know, but I love imagining it. Yeah, it was just a picture of the timeline of my videos, like a bunch of gobbledygook, just chicken scratch, pretty much, thrown across the timeline. So cruel. So you did get an ad. Oops. Sorry about that. I caught it at like the last second. I keep avoiding ads for some awesome reason. Nice. Grooseland. Yeah, if you're in Grooseland, you don't get ads. But you're not far off either, Wiz. The gossip goobers. Y'all are coming up with all kinds of names. Can I share a crazy theory about the ancient hero I had? Go right ahead. This is a theory crafting live stream. Let's hear it. What's I gotta do? Yeah. Let me do this. This is why I have a travel medallion here. It has to do with my video as well. Alright, I believe this is the highest place that you can stand on in all of Tears of the Kingdom. Perhaps that area over there on the very top of that island is a little bit taller. Maybe. Maybe this is. But I'm pretty sure this is pretty close to the highest you can get. Here we go. Click on the chat. I have an idea that the shrines are linked to lighting up the light route, as where there is a shrine, there is a light route. Yep. Yeah, there's a light route always connected, unless there's the shrines on the Sky Islands, there are no light routes connected to those. So keep that in mind. But on the surface, yeah, there's a light route underneath those. Well, the ancient hero seems to have aspects of all three personifications of the Triforce. So what if he is the reason that the Triforce seems to be hidden in the royal family's bloodline now? So you're talking like, he's got like the blue eyes, which is like wisdom. He's got the red hair, which is power. And then he's literally green. Like Triforce of courage. Huh. Oh, and his nails are blue. That's an interesting theory. That's actually pretty cool. Huh. Wow, I hadn't even heard of that one before. That's new stuff right there. That's a pretty good one, man. JP Zilla coming in with the good ones. Got some guys, you can start the name poll if you want. I played this game before. This is Skyward Sword. Yeah, it might as well be, huh? So yeah, I hope that I've given y'all enough teasers, because I really don't want to just play the trailer that I've got already exported and ready to roll. I want to make sure that's something nice to give to the members whenever the time comes to drop that one. A week in advance. If anyone sees that trailer that's a member, when it's uploaded on the channel, you'll know that a week later, the whole thing's going to be released. Alright? That's when you'll know the time is on the horizon for that main video to be finally dropped. You say, thanks. Hey, no problem. That was a pretty good theory. I've never heard that theory before, that connection, but it does make sense. It's pretty cool. The only issue is that we see a Zelda right beside the ancient hero, beside him on the tapestry. I mean, pretty much any theory that you come up with in Zelda is always going to be contradicted by something. Something small. Something gigantic. But there's almost never a theory in Zelda that's just so concrete and solid it's undebatable. Almost. I mean, every now and then there will be one or two, but the majority of the time it's very hard to make a really rock solid theory about something. In Zelda, at least. Let's see. True. I know these grips will say respect everyone and just your friends in the coolest way possible. Here you could use some refinement, but I consider that there were two personifications of the hero of the Twilight Princess. I think I can do a poll quick. Let me do this. Hold on just a second. I'll start a poll. There's about 15 people watching, but we'll see what the results are for now. I might do a couple polls over the course of several streams so that we can get a concrete answer, so that more people can join in, more people can voice whatever they want their little names to be. Give people more of a chance to interact with the poll. Let's see. What should the Gossip Geist fan base be called? Let's see. Gossip Gang. Let me get rid of these. How do you even do that? This poll thing is weird. Wiz, hold on. I don't know how it took me this long. I don't even know if you're in here still. But if you're in here, I don't know how it took me this long to realize the connection between Paw Patrol to Paw Patrol. That cartoon with the dogs. That's funny. Oh man, I don't know about that now. Paw Patrol. Oh well, we'll have to figure something out. I guess I can't get rid of these two responses for some reason. There we go. I can. Think. It's not letting me. Whenever you create a poll on a live stream, for some reason it auto-generates a yes or no question. And I don't know why it does that. So there's literally a yes and a no in here for no reason. I cannot remove it for some reason at all. It won't let me even overwrite them. So we're going to do two at a time. So just ignore the yes and the no, unless you really want to be a rebel. I can only do 4 choices apparently too, so I can only do 2 technically at a time. Here? Okay. Yeah, Paw Patrol. Come on, man. That's kind of rough. So Gang It Is then, or Gossip Guild. Gossip Guild, hey. That's different. The poll should still be there in the chat, even if you close it, I think. Ooh, excuse me. Around the afternoon is when I start taking a nap, so I'm nocturnal usually. So if you hear me yawning, you caught me slacking. Kind of like the idea of going with yes to honor this moment. Yes. The Chad, yes. Absolutely. Does a ghost count, though? This person's about to run me over. Does a ghost count, though? As far as I know, Heroes Shade only exists because of TP Link existing, and we know that Triforce has moved on to TP Link. I'm not against the idea completely, though. Rough. Soupstones, please. I'm crying. And my game is lagging bad. Yeah, live streaming and playing this at the same time is not good for this game's performance at all. So you're seeing me in, what is it, 5 frames per second, and then you're seeing the game in 2 frames per second. What an amazing, pristine live stream we got going on here. Okay. Given that poll a little bit longer, I'll start another one. Oh, I actually can't. I can't until that one's done, apparently. I'll let that one sit and cook for a little bit longer, and then I'll start another one. Again, drivers are so rude in Hyrule. Yeah, they are. People on the horses, they just straight up materialize right in front of you and then run you over. Honestly, the frame issues aren't noticeable unless you're doing a whole ton of movement, which you don't do very much. I take that as a, them's fighting words. Yeah, I definitely get distracted and I don't really play that much because I didn't really intend on playing too much during this live stream. I just wanted to show you guys some physical examples of some things about those shorts that I released to help convey, and really drive home, I guess, the thought process that went into making those shorts, so that everyone that if potentially y'all didn't see the shorts, you got to, you know, at least experience it firsthand through this stream. So that's kind of why I wanted to like play along in Tears of the Kingdom a little bit and have you guys join me as we discuss those shorts so that no one would be really left behind. There's any consultation. There's a word for what the hero's shade is, but I can't recall it. It's in my video, I think, but Quest with Aaron covers the idea well. Basically, a soul can be shared amongst Links, Zeldas, etc. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there is a specific word for whatever that item is. It's like a vessel or something along those lines or something. Yeah, I know what the word is that you're talking about. I can't remember it either. It's a specific word. Very weird word. Dude, stop worrying about FPS. My computer runs at 20. Well, I'm just saying. I'm covering all my bases. The frame issues for the cam, and the game frame rate is pretty consistent. It dips for like a second every. Yeah. This game, because of Ultra Cam, like I'm using very demanding resolutions and stuff like that for certain things. I actually had to downgrade my resolutions. Typically, I play at 4K with 4K 60 FPS for my footage, and I capture the shadows are actually at 6K resolution. So this right now is sitting at 4K, or it's sitting at 2K, so 1440p, and the shadows are 1440p. If I ran it at 4K 60 frames per second at 6K shadows right now, this game would literally be running at 1 FPS, and it would not look good. So yeah, even at this state right now, it's pretty demanding, and sometimes it will, the frame rate will dip every now and then because it's loading in some objects and stuff like that. So I do apologize for those dips that you might notice in the game frame rate. I enjoy watching your stuff from a technical perspective. They are a marvel, definitely separates you from the others. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I do a lot of, I mean, I enjoy computers. I enjoy technology and stuff like that. I'm fascinated with technology, and I like to make videos, and I combine the love for both, kind of, in a way that I can. And that evolves into basically capturing really cool looking, sharp footage, the best looking footage that I can get, pretty much of anything. Because I just like to show off technology along with my, my theories, pretty much. So that's how I combine the two things that I love. So thank you. Thank you, Chat Nation. Let me go ahead and close this poll. I think it's been up for a decent amount of time. All right, we got 64% saying Gossip Gang. Nice. 18% saying no. Just no. Okay. That's also going to be a possibility. Just straight up no. No name at all. I wouldn't be against no names. I wouldn't be against that at all. I'm perfectly fine with just calling y'all legends any day of the week. All right, so that poll's done. There's the results. Let's see. Begins with a B. Not Tamashi, which means spirit. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I meant to say the latest short worked without issues. Oh, thank you. Yeah, when you said that it was kind of laggy, I was a little bit creeped out by that. Maybe creeped out is not the best way to describe it, but I was like, huh, it's weird. The latest short was kind of weird how it was uploaded. I'm not even sure what's going on with it, but there was a weird issue where when I first uploaded that short, the last short, that was the most recent one, it uploaded it as if it was an actual video, a real one, not a short. And then after I edited the custom thumbnail out of it, it went all weird and buggy and stuff like that. So like the views are kind of weird and corrupted a little bit. it's hard to tell what's going on with that short in YouTube Studio. I have no, I don't know. That short just grew a pair of legs and wings and just went off on its way and did its own thing. So I'm just like, okay, thanks. No idea what's going on with that short. Something weird happened to it. It's a mutation. You see. Everything looks good. It doesn't dip in any significant way. Thank you. Yeah, I'm always worried about the performance and the visuals of the things that I'm doing on the stream because I want everybody to have a good experience. I always postpone finishing a game if I haven't explored literally everything. That's what I do too sometimes. A lot of the time I like to experience literally everything before I finish it. And I do that almost every single time I play a JRPG where I can grind up to like level 100 or some games that let you even go beyond level 100. I like to get to the absolute maxed out level, best gear in the game. I farm all the weird in-game bosses and stuff like that, and then I go beat the game. And it's just the best feeling in the world, just annihilating the last boss. Let me see. Also valid. Yeah, guys, please feel free to share editing techniques with me, including a special place where I've asked people to do so. I love talking shop with you. Yeah. I mean, like, here's my thought process when it comes to making, when it comes to doing this YouTube stuff in general. Like, my whole setup is painstakingly obtained. Like, all of my settings and stuff like that, the way I do things, the way I have obtained the things that I have, like, to get to this point, I've got absolutely no problem just straight up giving people the answer, because it took me so long trudging through annoying things and trial and error, figuring it all out. That whole journey needs to be skipped. No one should be ever subjected to that awful journey of doing what I have done to get to this point. So, if anyone is like struggling to figure something out, how do you do this? How do you do that? I'll just say, here's what I got. Here it is. This is everything I did. This is all I've got. And there you go. Have fun. Now it works. Hopefully. Hopefully it works. Just completely skip the annoying hair-pulling steps that I had to go through in order to get to where I am right now. So I'm all about that. Saving people time. Saving people time is the best. Time is money. Some people will say. I didn't vote for the first one because of the yes and no. What were the other names you were going to poll? Gossipites and... Let me see. I'll go ahead and start the next poll up for you. I'll fire it up. I don't even know what I asked in the first question. Okay, here it is. So, what should the Geist fan base be called? Add option. We've got Gossipites. Now, I think there was Gossip. What was another one? We had plenty of names. Can't remember. There was Gossipites. There was Gossip Gang. We did that one. We did I almost said Paw Patrol. I literally cannot separate the two in my head now. We did Paw Patrol. And we got Soup Theorists. Let's do that one. I know Supreme Soup over here is about to pass out if I don't do this one. Let's go ahead and give it out there. There you go. Have at it. Tube stones. Hole is complete now. Man, yeah, figuring it all out took literally days compared to what I'm capable of now. I love video editing. I'm still learning. Like, I have... In order to make that passion project video that I've been working on, I had to learn so many things that I had no idea about before. Like, there's going to be techniques you haven't seen before in any other Gossip Bite video, Gossip Geist video in general, period, that you will see in that passion project video. There were so many things I had to learn to do that one. Didn't even want to know my other shoes. Tube stones, I suggested Geistlings. Okay, Geistlings, I'll remember that one. I like Gossip Gang the best. Yeah, it does definitely flow off the tongue a lot. Very nicely. I voted for Soup Theorists, obviously. There you go. Yeah, Gossip Gang is probably the most fitting. Geistbusters. That's not bad. A really cool idea. Geistbusters is pretty cool. It's a bit of a, well, Gossip Gang is also pretty wordy. I was about to say Geistbusters is a mouthful, but they're the same. So I can't even say that. You ended up streaming for a lot longer than you thought you would. I didn't even realize the time. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 28 minutes, apparently. I'm still going somehow. I haven't died yet. I'm getting there. I'm definitely flying through my beverage, that's for sure. My voice is going to be completely unrecognizable after this stream is done. I'm going to be talking like a chain smoker. Y'all will front my hospital bill whenever whenever the paramedics arrive and hoist me away, right? You're gonna spot me on that? Let me see. Personally, I'm still on board with stoners. Good old stoners. Just keeping it fresh, keeping it simple. 420 blaze it. No smoking. No smoking allowed. This is a no smoking zone. You see, thank you, I like Gossip Bites too. Okay, so we've got, so far, we got no as the winner, I believe. Starting to yawn. Uh-oh. Oh, this guy heard me yawning. Came to take advantage of my sleepiness. Gonna assassinate me in my sleep. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe I should do a playthrough of a couple of Zelda games just to play it on stream, because if I'm actually sitting here playing a game while I'm talking, that's a skill that I'd like to develop, because I get really distracted very easily. I'm playing a game and I have to talk at the same time. So if I'm sitting here playing a game and I'm talking to the stream, to the chat and all that, I think that'd be really helpful and healthy and beneficial for me to learn how to do that. Be a little bit more interactive and kind of level up my brain a little bit. Learn new skills. Because I definitely would like to do a lot more live streams in the future, for sure. So I definitely need to do what I can to get better at it. At any time I can, and there's a giant earthworm going in the ground. Why do they fly down these giant, nasty looking holes? Maybe it's a tapeworm. Let me read the chat. Having a heart attack soup. Theorist needs to win. Hey, there's going to be more than one poll. Remember that. Across multiple streams, I'm going to do more polls. So people have, different people have an opportunity to jump in and say, hey, this is what I'd like. So don't give up hope. There's always a chance. If I ever name my fan base, I think I'll call them Storm Chasers. There you go. Gotta chase the storms to catch the lightning. Perfect. It's got a tornado warning. That ain't good. That's an ominous sign. Let's see. I talk to myself like I'm in a stream everywhere. Help me. I think that's a debilitating issue that everybody has. Just narrating random things all the time when nobody's watching. Having an entire monologue in your head. You're just making a sandwich. Like something's juicy is happening in the story in your head that nobody else can hear but you. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, what is that about? You'll be safe. Why do the dragons want to be in the depths? Yeah, it's like they didn't have any idea, maybe they did, maybe they didn't, about the depths until Tears of the Kingdom, and now they see a hole and they're like, this is my hole, and this hole was made for me. So I'm gonna go right on down in that hole and check it out. There's someplace new to float around in, I guess, so they just, it's curious. Like, I guess the dragons are like cats. If it fits, it sits. So, or if you can fly down the hole, then there we go. She said, I once rode a dragon that was going down in the depths. Yeah, I got to balance on its spikes on its back. Literally talk to myself constantly. It's normal. I'm the authority on normal. Hey, there you go. The authority on normal says it's normal, so it is. I talk to myself because I'm my best consultant. That's right. Nobody knows best for yourself other than yourself. Jonsey, I once hit my head on concrete. Got brain damage. I don't know. If you can enjoy soup as much as that, you're definitely not brain damaged. Actually, only about 1/3 of people have an internal narration. Yeah, I've heard about that study. Most people just visualize what they'll do next, rather than talk about it in their head. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. A study that's done in science. Yeah, a lot of people just can't visualize things, or they can't, I guess, think internally, or for some reason. Hey. I mean, I guess everybody's different. They really are. Let's see. Okay, see, let's say, how long has this poll been going? It's been about 8 minutes. Okay. Ooh, we got No and Gossip-ites tied so far. I'll give it 1 more minute, and then I'll end the poll. Let's see here. I'm part of that 1/3 then. I can't visualize stuff. Can you picture a Kenna suit? That's a good question. I think I've got a couple people, perhaps, joining the server on Discord. Yep. Got a couple notifications. Let me check it out. Who joined? Who's in here? We got ZMG. We got Clover. And we got Chat Nation. Welcome to the Discord server. Welcome to the graveyard, I should say. That's what I call it. You've just entered the graveyard shift. Seriously, welcome to the chat. Love to see it. Let me see. I just got another tornado warning. Uh-oh. So it's a real tornado warning, huh? That's not good. Yeah, you better stay safe, Jonsey. Fortunately, no, I can't, and it still makes me sad. Hey. You don't really need to visualize soup. You just need to all-encompass soup. Be soup. You gotta just be soup. Let it consume your soul. You don't need to know what soup looks like in your head. You just need to know what it tastes like. If you taste soup, you have tasted the food of the gods, okay? You will be blessed with eternal life forever. If you are a soup and then all will be clear. See. Yep, I joined. Welcome. Heyo, you love to hear that people are joining the server. That's right. Hey, we got a lot of room in this server for a lot of people. Anyone that wants to join the Discord server, please do. We always need some more activity in there. I don't even really advertise my Discord server, period, like at all, because I don't like to advertise anything, period, in any of my videos, because I don't want it to take away or detract from the video experience. The most that I will do is just to ask people to subscribe at the end of the video. So, anything more than that, I think I'm asking too much, and I'm kind of pushy, I feel like. So, any opportunity that I get for people to join the server and know more about it, the better. That's not annoying. That's not kind of like an advertisement. It's so humid, I feel like I'm existing in soup perpetually. Yeah, it is absolutely boiling in here. Whew. It is definitely the surface of the sun level in here right now. I think I'm becoming soup against my will. Against your will? Come on now. Against your will? Let's get real. You're wanting it. You want it. I would want it. Okay. I would want it. That just might be a me problem. Okay, good. Jonsey G is doing good. Don't worry, I'm a team player and moonlighting brand manager. I got your back, GG. Thank you, Wiz. Yeah, it is 98. 98 degrees outside right now, and I can feel it inside. It is horrible. And like I mentioned earlier on in the stream, I don't get any air conditioning in here whatsoever. None. And I have these giant floodlights, 2 of them on me right now, causing heat. Computer's causing heat. My computer by itself always makes me boiled hot. But the fact that it's so hot outside right now, it's leaking in through the windows and I can feel it. It's terrible. I'm about to die in here. We got to get you more fans. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I need a lot of wind in here. If I could turn a fan on right now, like I usually have my overhead fan on, like 24/7 in here pretty much while I'm working. But it's kind of loud and noisy. It kind of rocks, makes a weird clicking noise, so I can't turn it on while I'm streaming or recording, because you guys can hear that, and it'd be very annoying. So I'm sitting here dying, sacrificing myself for the betterment of you guys. To give you guys something cool to watch. It doesn't bother me. I have dealt with worse. Let me go ahead and put this on real quick. Oh, that's a little strange, huh? Look at that. That's a broken Master Sword. Why does he have that? Who knows? Here we go. What do we got here? We got something going on here. 40 degrees, is that hottest in Britain? I mean, 40 degrees will absolutely melt a Brit, is from what I'm aware of. Well, you should be asking Gossip Geist that question because we are neighbors and he's next to a hot PC. Yes, we are. I was out hiking today, but I was in the shade most of the time. Still worked up a good sweat. Dude, you could open up the door to your porch, your balcony, or anything. Your front door, your back door, and you can just get blasted with heat immediately. And it's like, yeah, I ain't going out there. Nope, that ain't for me. And we got Clover coming in here with a gifted sub, a gifted membership. Sweet. Look at you, Clover. All right, we got Chris Houlihan, now a member. Thank you very much, Clover. Thank you. Seriously, that's awesome. Yeah, whenever you gift a membership, it's completely random who gets it. I know, it sucks. I'd like to give, like, anyone that jumps in this live stream, I would like to give those people specifically memberships. But it's completely random. You don't get to pick, unfortunately. But you're awesome. Thank you so much, Clover. I really appreciate it. An absolute Bonafide legend we got right here. My name is Winning. Oh, is it? Let me check the poll. Open that up. Hey, there we go. Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Clover, again. Brits are missing out on the quality of life improvements, air conditioning. Yeah, it just blows my mind that over in that area of the world, in like Europe, the UK, and stuff like that, they still don't have air conditioning. Like a lot of the houses do. I know a lot of the modern ones do, but they like to pass along and sell older houses, like the the old, very antiquated houses and stuff like that don't have a lot of the modern electrical work and stuff like that done to it. It's still got like underfloor heating and stuff. It's they haven't rebuilt a lot of stuff over there. Basically, like America, you build, I mean, you go anywhere and you see construction on new houses, new apartments, every square foot pretty much happening everywhere. I don't know what our obsession is with just building houses and houses and houses and apartments. But yeah, that must suck not having air conditioning like that over there. Man, I can't imagine it. Chris Houlihan himself got the membership. The guy with the secret room. It seems like it. Congrats, Chris. Hey, thank you very much, Clover. Sweet. Always glad to have more members in here. I'm skint, so I can't afford one, and that makes me sad. I wish I could support you, man. Hey, it's no problem. You guys being in this chat, period, just tuning in and watching what I'm doing in the first place is just awesome. All right? Straight up. It's the coolest. So thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate that. Secret room, Mr. Lore. More thunder. We don't really need AC here in our mild climate Ireland. Yeah, Ireland seems to be a pretty cozy place. Like, it doesn't get too hot. I think it stays more cold than hot in Ireland, doesn't it? So, I mean, that sounds like heaven to me. A place that's almost never hot. All right. I'm all right. I'm all about that. My head down. Don't feel bad. Problems money too. It's humid too. Would you believe that I chose not to have AC? You chose. What just happened? What did that wolf just do? Did everybody see that? Did that wolf just kill something? Something just appeared or despawned or was killed here, or something happened. I heard something. I was like, what? What was that? Strange. Got him. I'm going to be performing sorcery while my back's turned on me. Let me see here. Mom's in Dublin, while me and my brother and dad are in Britain. apartment right now. It's 76 Fahrenheit without an air conditioner. I mean, 76 is pretty bad. I mean, it's up there. It's up there. It's not like 98 like it is right now outside, but it's up there. It'll be quite toasty, that's for sure. For my liking, at least. I like to have it at like 65 or 60 degrees. That's my perfect temperature, honestly. Now, whenever you guys were growing up, and I know this was probably more prevalent to like the older people, but whenever you watched some cartoons, or like there was like a running joke where anytime a kid would mess with like a kid in a family's house, whenever they would mess with a thermostat, the dad would immediately know. Like, it's like thermostat detector in their heads. The second anyone touches it, the dad just like, who touched it? Come on now, fess up, who did it? I always was like, I never understood that joke. Until now. Like, anyone touches that thermostat, I'm dying immediately. You can just tell. Like, guys, we just start melting. The second that thing's touched, it's brought up past a certain degree that we're comfortable with. So we immediately run back in there to turn it back. It's just funny. See, my mom's in Dublin. Oh, I just read that one. I learned from soft dogs to break space-time. There's something weird going on with that wolf. 76 would kill me. Yeah, I'd be dead. Mom religiously grilled me for touching the thermostat. My dad was like that, absolutely. Yeah, see, it's not a myth. It's an absolute truth. So we have... The poll is now done. And we've got Gossip-ites winning the poll. Alright. Nice. So, we've got Gossip-ites going up against Gossip Gang. I'm going to have to write those down. I'll make a note of those, and I will pit them together, and then we're going to do some more names in the next live stream. Some more choices. Goldilocks on my temperature. Just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Are you one of those people that says you make me cold to look at you on a daily basis? No. I'm one of those people that's like, I don't want to see you. I don't want to deal with anyone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to sit in my cavern and just rot. Just let me sit in here in peace and quiet, play a game, drink some tea, eat some soup, and just have a good time, get comfy, get all bundled up, get in my little safe space. I'm a reclusive cave dweller, is what I am. Call the ambulance, I'm dying, the soup theorist didn't win. Hey, you got next time. There's always more than one chance. He's just like me, for real. Shout out to never leaving my room. Hey, I never left my room for years. Like, literally years. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I did not leave my room for years before I moved out. Seriously. And even now, I still don't. Seriously. Even now, nothing's different. I don't even know why I'm making a difference there. Nothing's different. Nothing's changed. I don't like to leave. I don't like to go out. I don't like to do anything else. Really. I'm just a weirdo. I like my peace and quiet. The only thing that you can get me to get out of the house to go and do is put gas in my car. That's it. Put gas in my car and go get some fast food. Absolutely. Eating soup is the best pastime. You got it. You know, I'm gonna have to make a soup emote these days if you guys keep going with a soup motif. Got me hungry. Let's see here. He's a cave boy in spirit. He's not from the UK. Yeah, I'm a cave boy in spirit and in physicality, as you can plainly see, I'm a very caveman looking guy. I look like I was beaten with a bat when I was 1 year old. Probably. I've got a mug only a mother could love. Let me see here, what's in the chat? Yeah, I'm kind of going through that right now, but I'm chilling. I turned 30 in days, I enjoy my space. You turn 30 in a few days, hey. 30's when your life begins, nowadays. So, don't fret too much about it. You might have a couple grays coming in, but that's for a reason. That's a sign of you being a full-grown, middle-aged person. Ready to start rolling. My bedroom is my home. I have everything I need to sit there for hours. Also, don't really like to go out. Hey, we got a lot of cool people in here. Y'all are talking my language. Or if you like Supreme Suit. My god, GG. Enjoy your 20s while you have them, though. Yeah, enjoy your 20s. If anyone's not 30 and old and decrepit, like me, yeah, enjoy it while it lasts. You're gonna wish for it. I wished you had it back. An ad? These things keep creeping up on me, I swear. What in the world? I don't know how they keep slipping by me. I even moved the window down here so I could see it better, a little bit closer to my vision, and I still miss it. I'm just looking up here in the chat, oblivious. Oops. So, you who's less than 20 worrying about my adulthood, you're less than 20, huh? Hey, you got your whole life ahead of you. So, I think a lot of people that are like in your generation, if you are less than 20 years old, a lot of people in your generation are basically like, well, from what I've understood, from what I've been reading about and hearing about on the news, there's not a lot of direction for young people these days. Like, they're not being guided properly to do what they want to do, to fulfill themselves. And I think that my best advice for you, if you perhaps are struggling with something like that, just finding direction, or if anybody else needs to hear this, what you need to do is literally what you want to do. Do what needs to be done first and foremost. Do what needs to be done. Get a crappy job at a warehouse somewhere. Accumulate money. Don't spend on anything frivolous. Like, just pay off everything that you can without paying monthly payments. Like, monthly payments are going to be the bane of your existence once you get older. So do not buy anything on a monthly basis. Like, if you have a phone plan, just buy the entire phone. Just work somewhere crappy, save up a paycheck, pay the entire phone, buy an unlocked version of the phone so you can have any carrier. Like, don't pay like a monthly payment on your phone plan or something like that, your phone bill. Just straight up buy everything. Don't have any payments weighing you down, because that will accumulate fast, especially once you get a car insurance, a mortgage, rent, utilities, internet that you have to pay for. It's awful. Just get all the crap out of the way. Like, buy things with nothing attached to them, so that you can just have them without needing to pay anymore. Cut down as many monthly payments as you can. Work a long time. Work about 3 or 4 years somewhere. Save up the money as much as you can. And just do what you want to do after that. As long as it has to do with actually obtaining an income, like doing something that you love as a hobby, that's also your job, that can also provide an income. Like, if you love playing video games and you like entertaining people, just be a YouTuber. This is pretty decent income, as long as you've got the absolute drive and the passion to do something, you can make anything an income, even if it's your hobby. So that's just my advice for the young people out there that are trying to figure things out. I know that's completely non-existent apparently these days, but there you go. Spend more than 24 hours upon an iPad or phone. Okay, there you go. I'm not like them, thankfully. Special emoji for this channel. Let me actually address that, Jonsey. You asked for a special emoji for this channel. I actually have a very limited amount of emojis that I can even use. Like, yeah, the amount of emojis or emotes that I have on this channel for my members to use, it's dictated by the amount of members I have. So every single emote that I have to have a certain amount of members in order to unlock access to the ability to add another emote. So right now, if I check, I would actually need to have, 8 more members. Well, 7 now, because Clover, Amazing Legend, just gifted somebody a membership. I would need to have 7 more members in order to unlock access to be able to add another emote. So if you see a channel with like a ton of emotes, then you know they got a lot of members. And it gets, the amount gets higher and higher every time you get an emote unlocked. So initially it was like you need to have 5 members. I think it was like 4 or 5 members in order to unlock an additional emote or something like that. And now it's up to 8, and then it's going to be 10. So it gets harder and harder to add more emotes. So I can only add a very limited amount. And the amount that I have on right now is the maximum that I can have at the moment. There's the answer for that one. Don't be afraid of finding an older mentor. I talked to my 65-year-old real estate agent, real estate mogul neighbor, whenever I get a chance. He has a bunch of wisdom worth sharing. Yes. Some people have all the wisdom that you wish you had, that they will kindly depart upon you. I know a lot of people will they'll clutch their pearls. They'll not allow you to obtain their experience easily because they had to work hard for it. And that's perfectly fine. But there's other people that will kindly allow you to just bypass, like I was talking about earlier, just completely bypass bull crap, the searching, in order to reach an answer. And there will be more people like that than you think, that will just give you the answers you want, that you need. I wish, for example, I got into the stock market. When I was younger, I could have been a millionaire right now, but unfortunately, I missed that boat. I'm not saying get into stocks, because stocks is... I'm not a financial advisor, so don't take my advice on that, but man, the stock market is crazy right now. And props to the people that took advantage of that. Let me see. I have a conservative justice reason. Sleep about money. I also don't have a car, so that's one thing I don't have to worry about. Yeah, not having a car is a huge financial saving right there. I'm learning a lot on the Zelda Theory stream. Hey, there you go. Tuning in to see things you didn't think you were going to see. That's the mystery of the Gossip Stones. Hearing stories that you didn't know existed. I guess it suits the channel then, huh? Man, there you go, Jelike. My hobby is reading and gaming, and I want to be a teacher. Nice. Teachers are very, very desired right now. So I would say that's a pretty interesting career choice. If you want to get into teaching, that's a very commendable act. Respectable. Appreciate that. We definitely need a lot more passionate teachers out there, that's for sure. Because kids are supposed to learn these things from their teachers. And if there aren't any good teachers out there teaching these things that need to be taught that actually matter when you get old, then you're going to have kids that are just lost. kids that are completely lost and they don't know where they're going in their life, and they end up on the side of the street in a ditch because they don't know what's going on. They don't know how to do things. Schools need to be taught, schools need to be teaching more and more practical things. Because, you know, somebody like me that just sits here and makes Zelda videos, I'm not going to care about the slope of a trapezoid, okay? I'm not going to care about that. I don't need to know about that at all. I know there's specific people, like, you should be able to opt into classes that you want to go for in school that interests you, so you can actually hone your skill while you're young on something that you care about. Like, if math interests you and you want to be a computer scientist and stuff like that and do coding and blah, 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 then you can enroll yourself in math class and stuff like that. That's how school should work. It should be a place where children are taught based on what the child wants to be taught. Because a lot of the things that a children is taught is completely falling on deaf ears. They're not going to listen. Like, if you ask me, the least thing that I cared about when in school was math. I did not care about math, period. I didn't listen, I didn't pay attention, I didn't do my work, nothing. I was not interested. But I was completely absorbed in geography and all that stuff, like all like real world stuff that matters, like events and stuff, like Greek mythology. I was absolutely into Greek mythology and all that cool stuff because I just think it was cool. Yeah, a learning experience should be catered to the person that wants to learn, what I believe. Let me see here, catch up on the chat. I'm looking absolutely groggy. You can tell that I'm sweating. My makeup's starting to come off. I'm not wearing makeup, that's just a joke. But I'm definitely looking grotesque. Nice and steamy and grotesque right now. Not like them, thankfully. Dream. Amen, James. Amen. Amen. Soup emoji. Yeah, you're tempting me. You're really tempting me, Supreme Soup, for a soup emoji. I'll have to think of something about that. It's great. Read as much as you can while you have the time. It's important. Character growth. Yep. Wasn't sure how that works, so thank you for explaining it. Trying to beat Minish Cap while watching and forgot how much of a pain Vati was. Yeah, Vati, that's a gauntlet. Vati's like four forms? I fight him like 4 times. I think that's the most forms in any Zelda game. It's crazy. I think Twilight Princess, that Ganon fight is also 4 battles. It's got Phantom Zelda, then you got Dark Beast Ganon, then you've got Horseback Battle, and then you've got Ganon one-on-one. So Twilight Princess and Minish Cap are like tied for like the biggest, most bombastic boss battle. Which is why I love them both to pieces. They're awesome games. Awesome, guys. Thanks, man. I really liked that. That I do get scared a bit easily, so this was a shed of light upon my scared mind. Hey, no problem. Anytime that I can help anybody out is the best time. Love it. Hey, now, geometry can teach you, and I'm like, theorems, which is like my foundation for making Zelda theories. Hey, I'm not dissing geometry. I'm a good appreciator of a square, okay? I can appreciate squares, triangles, rectangles, all of them, okay? I'm not dissing them at all. I'm just saying, my vision's over here, alright? These are nice and shiny looking trapezoids and decahedrons, but I can definitely tell you right now that my eyes are elsewhere. Personally speaking. I also hated math. I do love languages and history, however, yeah. I did English a lot, and science, English, and geometry, or geography, is what I really excelled in. School. History and writing short stories. You had side earlier when I told you that I could talk for like hours, but look at the time. Yeah, it is 5 hours and 6 minutes, and I'm still going. Hey, when I tell you guys, I've told you guys this in the past, whenever I was making community posts. I think it was in a community post, I could be wrong. But I've told you guys before in the past that I try my best every single time I upload something, every single time I live stream, or whatever it is. I try my best to do better the next time, to improve upon something so that I can just continue to improve and give you guys something better, a better viewing experience every single time. And I know that that's the choppy camera is kind of holding me back. There's always something. When I tell you, hey, when I tell you I'm going to improve next time, I'm going to try my best to do better this way or that way, there's always a caveat. Like there's a catch. Like something else will be terrible. Something else will be always terrible. Put Minish Cap on hold for a little while so that I could concentrate on Luigi's Mansion. Hey, both of those games are great. I'd have a hard time picking between them as well. I know this isn't really a theory, but you ever noticed that Wolf Link mirrors Young Link a bit? Wolf Link mirrors Young Link, and its design is the consolidation of mask transformations, or it transforms in an instrument, kind of like Epona. So what do you mean by Wolf Link mirrors Young Link? As in, like, so you're saying that like Wolf Link and Young Link from Majora's Mask, like the mask transformations, whenever he puts a mask on. So are you saying like the Wolf Link is like the memories of a beast? Because there is the prophecy, the Twilight, to the Twilight people, a divine beast will appear that will save them, basically is what their prophecy is. And it turned out to be Link's wolf form. So, chat once convinced me mid-Elden Ring stream to go for 24 hours. I went 25. Dude, if I had air conditioning in here and I had a steady stream of something to drink, I could probably last 24 hours. I'd probably be dead. You'll be fine. Make sure to stay away from windows. Yeah, Jonsey G, you be safe. Think I'm going to head out. See y'all. ZMG, hey, thank you for popping in. Thank you for joining the server, by the way, the Discord server. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you in here. It's always good to see you. Take care. Thank you for stopping by, man. I think Listless is saying Wolf Link is like going to the present in Ocarina of Time with Young Link. If you want to get nitty gritty about it, this goes back to A Link to the Past with the Dark World. In A Link to the Past, you turn into a rabbit the first time you enter the Dark World. Ah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. So it's like whenever you enter the Twilight, then Link is corrupted to turn into... he's actually supposed to turn into a spirit, but because he has the Triforce of Courage, he actually turns into a wolf. And the Triforce of Courage actually saves him. So, if he was just a regular Joe, then he would literally have no idea what's going on. Like, he wouldn't even know that he just entered the Twilight Realm. Apparently. Because everybody else in, like, Castletown or whatever, whenever that was engulfed in the Twilight Veil, they had no clue what was happening. So yeah, that's a pretty cool theory. Well-trained geek. But yeah, I'm probably going to have to end the stream. I'm going to make note of those names that won. We got Gossipites and we have Gossip Gang. So I'm going to take note of that real quick. New text document. We got Gossip Gang. We got Gossipites. Going head to head. Save that up here for later. All right. So, yeah, don't worry, Supreme Soup. Don't worry. There's always next time. I will add your name to the list. I'll add your name to the list for the next couple of streams and see see if anybody likes it then. So you got more time. Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to end the stream. It's been a long time. I do have some stuff that I do take care of on a day-to-day basis that needs my attention. So I'm going to have to attend to those. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate everybody that tuned in. And I appreciate even more the people that still stayed regardless of my choppy camera. My choppy camera, my choppy gameplay, my non-existent gameplay, because I literally barely even played the game. I apologize for that. The next streams that I do, I have an idea. The next stream that I do will probably be an actual gameplay stream, so it'll be a little bit more interesting and engaging. Because I know that this was supposed to be a theory crafting stream, so it's not very engaging. It's more of a dialogue heavy stream. But I'd like to have a little bit more, you know, visually engaging stream next time. Just to mix things up a little bit, and hopefully I'll have my camera fixed by then. So, I will probably try and run a poll, by the way, on a community post on my YouTube channel soon, before I do that stream, and ask you guys, what would you like for me to play? Like, what Zelda game would you like for me to play? I don't even think I'm going to do a poll, because there's so many games that I could play, but maybe I will. We'll have to see how that happens. Thanks for the long stream. Hold on just a second. I skipped a few. No, Ocarina of Time young Link, because while Link doesn't have control over the transformation, he's doing things like a forest, water, and fire temples. But the fused shadow gets broken, and it's all for naught. Yeah, you've gotten something here. You might have to elaborate a little bit more on that in the next stream. Yeah, leave that on a cliffhanger, because I'd like to learn more about what you've got going on there. Sounds interesting. Let's see. Great stream, guys. Really enjoyed it. Thank you. See you later. Yeah, this was a great stream. Happy to be here. Thank you for coming in here, Wiz. Thank you very much. Thank you, Clover. I saw that you gave that membership. I'm not going to forget it. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. When is the next stream? I have a busy week. Well, this stream is going to be a little while before I do my next one, because I really want to work on that passion project video now. Now that this stream is done and I've got a lot of free time now, those shorts are out, and I've basically caught up. So now I can focus on editing that passion project video. So after that is done, I will do my next stream and ask people what they thought of the video. So I think that'd be pretty cool. And while I do that, I'll play a game too at the same time. So I think that'd be pretty fun. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining the live stream. Thank you so much. I love being here today, and it was so much fun. Thank you, Jonsey G. Always awesome to have you in here. I'm terrible at closing streams out and saying goodbye, because I don't want to. But you gotta do it. I'm gonna die here if I don't refill my wonton soup Chinese cup. So thank you guys so much for watching. Seriously, I hope that you guys had a good time. I'll see you guys again soon. Trust me. It won't be that long before the live stream comes back. We're going to have another one. So thank you again for watching. And I hope that you guys have a great rest of your day. See you soon.